morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonard. It's Tuesday, it's December 16th, and we are, no, not 6-7. We are in between the conviction of Brian Walshe and the sentencing of Brian Walshe because that's going to happen tomorrow, but there is quite a lot going on. We have a story we need to catch up on with Courthouse Becky because I have more to say. We've talked about it very briefly on the podcast and elsewhere, and we have not gotten to chat about it together. And I want to talk about it. So we're going to talk about former clerk of court, Becky Hill. But I have also gotten a lot of questions about the apparent murder of Rob and Michele Reiner at their home in Los Angeles. And their son, Nick, is scheduled for court today. He is being held without bail. We need to talk about that. When I say I've gotten a lot of questions, I've gotten a lot of questions, like a lot of questions. And there's also some lingering questions that we need to talk about from the Brian Walshe case before we go to sentencing tomorrow. So that's what's on the docket today. Just some quick conversation about Brian Walshe ahead of court tomorrow. We're going to talk about what's going on in Los Angeles. And then we have clerk of court. We have clerk of court to talk about because it's too much, y'all. And it's just, things have been too heavy, at least with the Becky Hill stuff. It is not nearly as heavy as everything else we've been talking about. And the fact that a court clerk messing with a murder trial is the lightest topic we have is wild. However, tomorrow we have the sentencing of Brian Walshe. So we're just kind of here with it. So I've got coffee. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got, look, I love this hoodie. However, it is not always made for the streaming because like the back of it bumps the chair, and then there's in-ears with cords and all of the things. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Emily, you need less things to fuss with. Some days are harder than others. Some days you're like, I love it. Some days you're like, stop touching me. It just depends. It just depends. All right, law nerds, we need to roll. So I've got a cappuccino. You know where I'm at, in Middle Tennessee. We're going to try to drink it before it gets cold. All of you are asking about Ron. I promise we will have Ron updates. I didn't think that sentencing was going to be this week. I was planning on covering Ron stuff tomorrow, but the court hasn't ruled yet. So we got a little bit of a moment. Don't worry, we'll get into it. I just don't think we're going to get into it today. We've got lots to talk about. So let's roll the intro. And well, first we're going to talk about Brian Walshe because we need to. Is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I know, we're just bopping along to the music. Oh, it's the coffee's good today. You know, some days are better than others. I don't know if it's just the humidity in the air or the vibes with which I have like put the beans into the coffee maker. I don't know. But the vibes of the coffee are appropriate today. And it's much needed. So law nerds, it's good to see you. I do this too. I do this too at the beginning of every stream. I do. Hi law nerds, good morning. It's good to see you. How y'all doing after yesterday? Y'all okay? Look, the swiftness that everything happened yesterday, can we talk about it real quick? The swiftness of yesterday. Jay said sometimes the beginning of the intro still gets cut off. That's my fault. I had switched the computer output to speakers because when I was prepping yesterday, I was listening to music in the office speakers instead of in ears because I needed things not in my ear holes. And then I forgot to switch it back. It's user error. It's user error. It's 100% user error. I saw a number of you saying I need an Ember mug. Here's the thing. I have an Ember mug. I like the feel of this handle better. And there are days I can tell my level of overwhelm by how much sensory stuff bothers me. So the more that's been going on, the more it matters. The more like room in the cup I have, the less it matters. But yesterday was a lot. So I was on a Zoom call with the team and I had missed a couple of our team meetings because trial. And so we had a number of things to catch up on. And then we were in the chat with the members. We had a private members live chat going with just a court feed with the clock. And then I went to put in my earbuds for the Zoom meeting, and then it stopped the feed and the clock. And that's a whole nother situation that the members will get to hear about. We'll be fixing over the holidays. We continue to improve. We continue to improve the tech, but it stopped the clock, and then we had to catch up the clock. And then I was, doing team meeting things and getting ready for merch stuff for the coming year and all of the 2026 things and the year-end things and the year-end sales taxes in all 50 states and stuff that I won't even deign to bore you with, but also stuff we're doing on the production end, things that we can do to make everything better. And then there was movement. And then I think it was Sue O'Connell that I saw in on Twitter or X or the Bird app, or whatever, saying that the lawyers were coming in. And in my brain, I'm like, it's probably just a question. I mean, it's early. It could be a question. And normally the judges will announce there's been a verdict, bring the defendant in open court, and then the people sitting in open court will say what's happening. No, that's not what happened. So the lawyers came in, and then they brought the defendant in, and then immediately they were uncuffing the defendant. And I went, oh shit. They wouldn't uncuff the defendant if they're not bringing the jury out. And I had tried to get the chat we were in directed back over to the feed, and then was trying to get the feed to go live, but had to like do things on the back end. And then I was like, I gotta go, team, I gotta go. I think we got a verdict. And then the judge was like, the jury has a verdict. And then it was like 2 minutes from the time that the judge said that, we were live, and then the verdict came out. It was wild. And I was just like, ah! And in the back end, it was like app notification, go, which was swifter depending on who your carrier is. And there are a few of you that were having app alert quirks. If your iOS 26 is not up to date it and see if that helps. But we are working on it. There was an iOS 26 quirk, but the judge was just like, the jury has a verdict, and then jury. And I was like, we don't even have hear ye's this morning. It's just like, wham. It was so quick. And then it was just like paper, verdict. I was stunned. It went so fast. So yeah, that was yesterday. It was really quick. And the court did not give notice to anyone in the courtroom, except I imagine the attorneys. I would imagine when the judge called the attorneys in, she gave them a heads up. However, the judge very well could have said to the attorneys, you're needed in court. And then they show up in court, and then she's like, you have a verdict. The attorneys could have found out the same time that we did. That's very possible. It doesn't give people time to overthink it, right? So fast. And then the sentencing is tomorrow. So we need to talk about the sentencing. There's been a lot of questions. We need to talk about, there is still discourse and confusion about what the defendant pled to and didn't plead to. So I'm going to try to clear some of that up today. Hopefully it'll help. And then we'll talk about what's going on in Los Angeles with the Reiners, shall we? Does that sound good for you? All right. Good. We'll fly to LA. I feel like we're still in Logan. We didn't even have time to depart yesterday, and there was snow. I feel like we're still at Logan. We'll depart for LA in a minute. But what are the potential sentences for Brian Walshe that we will see in sentencing tomorrow And what do we expect from victim impact statements? And the big question, oh, Emily, this is something you should poll about. I have two polls. Let's see. Will the judge, we were talking about this with the moderators yesterday, whether the judge is going to go full Newman and just tell Brian Walshe exactly what she thinks of him, or if it is going to be a sentencing statement, but on the more restrained side. Will the judge make a statement beyond sentencing? And beyond sentencing, I mean, we saw it with Judge K that it was like, I pronounce the sentence of this. Judge Newman was like, I hope they haunt you in your sleep. I'm not being hyperbolic. I hope when you close your eyes, your wife and son haunt you. However, Judge Newman knew Alec Murdaugh in a different way. So beyond sentencing means beyond pronouncing the sentencing. Yes, no. I hope she will, but think she won't. Is the last options. Oh, it won't let me give a comma. What? It won't let me spell won't properly. Well, we can't do that. Still childhood trauma. All right, let's go. So here's our poll about what we think the judge is going to do. Newman was just like full. And then I will poll, because I completely forgot to poll about closing arguments because the chat was so overwhelmingly decided. But I'll poll if you think Brian Walshe is gonna make a statement. I'll poll about that after we're done talking about the judge, for sure. So I'll poll about that in a minute. Let's talk about what to expect at sentencing tomorrow. We may see victim impact statements. I don't imagine that Anna's family has had time to travel internationally in the winter into Massachusetts. That doesn't mean they can't be available by Zoom. They also are able to send in statements to be read onto the record by the prosecutors or just given to the court for the court to read and then to be sealed. I imagine if her mother and or sister and or her friends that testified or other friends and family make statements, that they will either have the prosecutors read them or they will appear remotely or in person to do those. When it comes to the kids, we need to talk about that. When it comes to the kids, we have heard in court that the children are working on statements with the social worker through, I think in Massachusetts, it's DCF. If I default to DCFS and California, I apologize. I believe in Massachusetts, it's just DCF. But the social worker that works with the kids is working on impact statements with them. Those will be sealed. We are not going to see them. We are not going to see them unimpounded. They are going to stay impounded. I think that's for the best. I don't have a problem with it. I'm sure there is curiosity there, but as these kids grow up, I mean, if they don't change their last name, and maybe at one point they'll change it to their mother's maiden name or something, but at one point, if these kids don't change their last name as they grow up, people are going to know what happened in their family. I can't imagine that will be easy for them. What they don't need is their impact statements also available to the public. I think there is room to protect them. They are still young children. I mean, they were 2, 4, and 6 when this happened, or two, almost 5 and 6 when this happened. It's just incredibly heartbreaking that they have lost their mother. They have lost their father. The entire world knows why. And their paternal grandmother, they're not going to be with. Their maternal grandmother is out of the country and not in great health. And their mother's sister is also out of the country. And placing the kids with family that are out of the country becomes incredibly complicated. It is not my area of law beyond saying it is incredibly complicated, which is why they are still in, to my understanding, DCF custody. So, or placed with a family through DCF custody. Absolutely heartbreaking. So I think mitigating any further exposure to them is the best that we can hope for in a completely tragic situation. So I am hopeful that now that the case is concluded, maybe there's other options for the kids, and maybe there's an option that they can live with their sister out, or live with their mother's sister out of the country, if that's even an option for them. We'll see. So their impact statement will be made. The court will have it. It will be sealed. If that statement is not received by the court, she will put over the sentencing. She wants the impact statement from the kids. The court does not have any discretion on the sentence for count one. Count one is a first-degree murder, no probation, no parole, no nothing. So there's no discretion there. Count one, the sentence is life. Go to prison. Just, Emily, you have a no name calling rule. Just go to prison. Period. But on counts 2 and 3 that the defendant pled to, there is some discretion in the sentencing. And that is where there has been some legal argument from the defense on count 2. So we're going to talk about count 2 just a little bit. I am going to pull up, and I think I had grabbed it last night, though there are chances I decided there were too many tabs open and just closed it. So we'll just see. But I know I had grabbed the charges. Where is my tab for Massachusetts? Look, after being in trial, that streaming will be smooth-ish. And then tomorrow we'll do sentencing. So let me grab the exact code section from Massachusetts on this real quickly, because the exact code section, it's named, the naming is weird because it is. It's one code section that they just throw everything under in the realm of really obstruction of justice. Massachusetts, y'all need like an actual obstruction count. Can you separate it out from like the witness intimidation count? Can it be its own thing? Please? It just doesn't make any sense to my brain, Massachusetts. Emily, we don't give a fuck about your brain and whether it makes sense to you or not. Thanks, though, girl. Thanks. So let's pull up section 13B from the Massachusetts criminal statutes. Yes, the font is small. We're going to look not at the language of the charge because he already pled to this. We're going to look at the sentencing on the charge because it is a sentence with an enhancement. Here's the thing. They were arguing over whether the enhancement applies. I think post-trial, it's kind of clear that the enhancement will apply, which gives it a little bit more weight as a sentence. So let's just pull up. Back to all websites are laid out differently. I was just trying to make it bigger so it would be easier to see. It's okay, chat. It now needs to be a once a day thing that just, once a day, Emily just rearranges the tech. One of the things I liked with switching systems with our tech is that we had the option for a little bit more customization. And then I fight with it constantly. But I'm getting better at it. So it's all good. Like we're doing amazing, sweetie. All right. Section 13B is where they put the charge for lying to law enforcement. So this is the all of the language things in section B. We're going to go to the end here with the sentencing. So let's get us to the very, 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 very shall at the end here. Shall be imprisoned in the state prison for not more than 10 years by imprisonment. Then we get to the fine sections. Then we get to the enhancement. So 10 years for the base charge. The enhancement down here is 20. Let's talk about the enhancement. If the proceeding in which the misconduct is directed is at the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable by life imprisonment, that murder, second-degree murder, there's some others, but life imprisonment, or the parole of a person convicted of a crime of life imprisonment, if you're lying in connection with parole, etc., such person shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 20 years or by imprisonment in the House of Corrections for not more than 21 and a half years. This is a felony. So 20 plus 10, 30 years on that. Here's why the defense was arguing that it was 10, not 10 plus 20. The defense was arguing that this case was Brian Walshe lying to law enforcement to conceal the improper disposal of Anna Walsh's body, not the murder of Anna Walshe. So they're arguing that he wasn't lying to police because he murdered. He was lying to police because he hid Anna Walshe. The prosecution is going to argue that the enhancement of 20 years needs to be added. And some of you are asking if it is 10 plus 20 or max 20. It's my understanding that there's the enhancement of 20. Then again, it might be the enhanced years is 20 total, not 20 plus 10. Because it does not say that you can add it. It does say imprisonment not more than 20 years. So it could very well. However, I don't have their sentencing charging guide. I've just got this. But that is a very fair point, that it could just be the enhancement is 10 plus 10 getting us to 20, not 20 plus 10. Emily, you want him to just have all of the time? Yes. Yes, my interpretation is clouded by all. Plus, plus, plus. Plus, 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 plus. Kermie in the chat says, but life is life, no parole. Correct, but appeals are appeals. And so having him maxed out is A, kind of symbolic, but B, also in case. So the court is going to determine what the maximum is on this tomorrow. And to be fair, the defense has been arguing about 10. So it might be that the defense is arguing between 10 and 20, not between 10 and 30. In California, when there is an enhancement, the enhancement gets added to the base. This might just be an enhanced sentence, not an enhancement getting added to the base. I'm not a Massachusetts attorney. Emily, why does Massachusetts? Because Mass. I don't know why. America runs on Duncan, folks. There are times I just don't know. Why does Mass do? I don't know. Carrie, you've asked me a very good and incredibly complicated question that you probably didn't think was an incredibly complicated question. Will that include time served? It depends on how his federal prison sentence is being run and calculated. He might not get time served if the time is counting towards his federal sentence and this is not determined to run concurrent. If the judge runs it consecutive, then it is possible that this will have to start from sentencing date. I mean, he's also going to get life. So does it matter? If appeals, yes. So it is possible that he is not earning credit because of the sentencing on the federal case. And I imagine the judge at sentencing will say that this runs consecutive to each other and consecutive to any federal case. It will depend on what the judge says. So it depends on the judge. My hope would be that he does not double time. Like, you don't get to double dip. And if the judge says that this is consecutive to each other, because there's another charge, consecutive to each other and consecutive to the federal crime, then it would start after he has served his time in the federal case. also, because the larger sentence is going to be state, he is going to stay in state. So there are some nuanced things in sentencing that will matter, but only if it ever comes up that they matter. So you have to plan for, it might never happen, but if it happens, it will matter. So I can see the judge, if 10 is the max on this, I can see the judge maxing him out on both, consecutive to each other and consecutive to the federal case. All. Just whatever the judicial option for all is, all. And I imagine that that's what the judge will do. So I don't think there is a world where the judge sees this as Brian Walshe lying to police regarding the improper disposal of Anna Walshe. I'm struggling with the word disposal because it is just grim. I don't see a world where she sees that all of that was not part of covering up the murder. Because obviously all of it was covering up a murder. If no murder, why any of the rest of this? Why the murder? That is a question for other days. But if no murder, why the rest of this? So I think the judge will see this as the defendant's action, in this case, lying to police, being related to a case that carries life imprisonment, which is down here. I just don't see it a different way. So I see this as him lying to get away from a life case. Get your max sentence. Possibly 20, not 20 plus 10. Emily's Californiaing Massachusetts. Don't do that. Massachusetts. Like, no, please. Weather only. So if we're giving that 20, it might be more, and we can all be pleasantly surprised. So on the other count, it is 3 years. It is a felony. The disposal is, or disinterment is 3 years as a felony. It can also be a misdemeanor. He was charged with the felony, so there will be an additional 3. In California, it's also a misdemeanor, which I didn't even know because it really doesn't come up all that often, but I was looking at the David case for the podcast this week and it came up. Trish said, what's the difference between federal prison and state prison? It depends on the state. Federal prison tends to be less crowded, a bit more organized, a bit better funded because federal, and a bit less rough. Federal prison tends to be a little bit more of a pleasant. I don't want to describe prison as a pleasant environment. It is custody, but federal prison is not quite as tough as local custody. You also have better accommodations. Buildings tend to be newer with better accommodations. Food tends to be a bit better. But he would still be in if it was just the art fraud case, he would be in potentially a camp custodial type situation like we've talked about with Jen Shaw, which is you are not just locked in a room where you have a metal toilet and a metal sink and a bed and a roommate. It's more of like a bunk house situation, and you have a lot more freedom of movement. You have a lot more opportunity to take classes and art classes and yoga and book club, and you have a tablet that has music and movies, and you are in a more camp style open housing environment. It is a custodial situation, but it has less restrictions than a locked facility for violent offenders. He is going to be in a locked facility for violent offenders. And one of the things about being in a locked facility with violent offenders is that he is going to be in a locked facility with other violent offenders. What we know is that he has already been attacked in custody. I can't imagine a circumstance where Brian Walshe is not getting along with other inmates. That is shocking to me. So we've already heard that he, prior to trial being set in October, was attacked in custody and was out for medical and then had to be out. Then his attorneys declared a doubt regarding his competency due to the stress of being attacked in custody. So, yeah, I can see Alec Murdaugh getting along with other inmates better than a Brian Walshe. So I am not surprised that Murdaugh made friends with beef sticks and Brian Walshe pissed people off. I'm not shocked about that. So we will see what the judge sentences him to. I think it will be whatever the max is plus 3. So life without parole plus whatever the max is. Emily, you can't just embiggen the time because you want to. I mean, there's not enough time for the things people. There are some cases where it's just not enough and I get frustrated because, sure, okay, Brian Walshe goes to prison. It doesn't undo all of the devastation. There's no way to undo all of the devastation. But it's still, there are some cases where it just still doesn't feel like enough. And you're still sitting there going, but. So, sentencing tomorrow. If there are victim impact statements, they will no doubt be hard. I'm interested to see what the judge has to say. I am going to be looking for that consecutive at one after the other versus concurrent all at the same time sentencing. I'm going to be looking for the court to make a note about this running consecutive after his federal case. Those are the things I'm looking for tomorrow. It is going to be early. I'm going to be here with you. I am starting a little bit later than the sentencing because I want to give us zoom room. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you, chat. That is our next story that we are getting to. So I see the super chat. Thank you. We're going to get there. Don't worry, chat. We're going to get there next. We got it. Don't worry. Emily doesn't cover a lot of breaking cases, but today we're going to cover one that is moving kind of quickly just because of the amount of questions I got about it. Are there any other questions with Brian Walshe? I'm going to save some for Q&A. The only Kalena said, will Brian know what his kids have said or see the impact statement from the kids? His lawyers will have a copy of it. I can't guarantee he will choose to engage with that, but his lawyers will have a copy of it. So with it being sealed, I was looking for the word impounded. With it being impounded, the lawyers still have access to it. There are times, and we will probably, I don't know when we will talk about this, but there are times when things are impounded for attorneys' eyes only. We've talked about that in some civil cases, but AEO, that the attorneys can know about it, but the clients can't. It's rare, especially in criminal. And there are times where things are impounded so that the attorneys can tell the client, but can't show them a thing. Jennifer, the children were questioned or had a conversation at the home, but it seems that the children never went to the interview with social workers that they were supposed to go to. E said, imagine my surprise, said, will any evidence that was kept out of trial be available to the public? If it was kept out of the trial, it's not evidence. It's part of case file, and no, we'll never see it. Evidence that was made available to the jury, but not published in court. So I'm sure what you guys are asking about, maybe it's what was on your mind, maybe it's not, are the text messages that we didn't see. Those will probably not become part of the public record. They might. Those are evidence. So even though we didn't hear all the text, those were marked as evidence and put in to evidence. So it depends if the judge impounds everything, but those could be returned to the DA's office. I don't know if those would be turned over in a FOIA. However, if William chose to release them, he could also share them. I don't know if he would want to. I don't know the content of them. And if the prosecution feels that it is more protective of the victim to have those impounded, the prosecution will try to keep those out of the public eye if those would potentially bring, and not from the law nerds, obviously, but I don't think the internet is always kind to women, and the internet is not always kind to victims. And when you combine all of that in a case that is closed, I would expect that the prosecution would be mindful of that if trying to keep things out of the public view that could bring or invite conversation that is not necessarily needed. I would like to see them, because the reason I would like to see them is to know if those are those the type of text that could enrage someone, but also the defense said it in closing, didn't they? I mean, we kind of know. The defense said in closing that, yeah, those are the kind of texts that could enrage someone. So we kind of know. So I don't know if we'll see them. I don't know if William will ever comment on them, but we got the overwhelming vibe that those were text messages that were more intimate in addition to being friendly. So I worry that it will cause more problems than provide transparency into what was known in court. That is my concern. Anna Walsh's friends and family don't need the internet delving into things that might be solely for the purpose of being salacious. And so I'm gonna just I do this a lot anyway, damn it. And now it's a meme, but those are the two minds I am of. I worry that it will cause more problems than offer transparency. I think the transparency is that we know that they exist, and we know the general tone, and the jury got to see it. I don't know if there's any greater purpose. Other things that were sealed, things that were not shown in court, I think we saw all the pictures that were submitted to the jury. We had conversations about some of the photos that had Anna Walsh's face blurred. A lot of them were from her Instagram that is still public. So we saw those because they are still public. We had a conversation about that. I don't know beyond the text if there's anything that was admitted into evidence that we didn't see already that would illuminate this case further. The thing that we want, before we move on to a different topic, the thing that we want in most of these cases, and the reason that we talk about context so much, and even in talking about context of cases, which is going to get real prickly as we talk about the Reiner case, the context of cases, I think, matter to people quite a bit because humans like to understand. We also, I think, have an underlying, whether we recognize it or not, we have an underlying instinct to want to try to protect ourselves from bad shit happening. And sometimes it can feel like understanding the context of cases allows like our brain and our nervous system to go, okay, it's not going to happen. I think it's part of why there's been so many fucking Brian cases. I think it's part of why the Brian Kohberger case horrified so many is because you can't wrap your head around, what can I do here? Somebody came into their home while they were asleep and seemingly intoxicated because they're college kids. I mean, the only thing you can look at the Kohberger case and say is like, you know, this is a nightmare. And for everyone who has kids, who has loved ones that are teens or college age kids. It's fucking terrifying. I can't even talk about some of the things the judge said in his remarks without crying, like at all. It's just nightmare fuel. So is the Anna Walshe case. And some of these cases just remind us that no days are promised, and you never know what the next moments bring, and it's scary. So I think a lot of us try to look at cases and understand the context and be like, okay, if I understand this context, somehow I can prevent this thing from happening. Or when we look at other cases, it's like, okay, well, that person got shot robbing a bank. I'm not going to rob a bank. Okay. I can put a little distance on that one. And some other times you look at things and are like, that was just wrong place, wrong time. And you can put yourself a little distance. But when you look at the Walshe case, or any cases with domestic violence, you look at the Walshe case and you go, you were living with this human. Everyone thought that he was great. Maybe the art fraud case shifted things a little bit, but even Jem testifying, I think made this case a little bit harder, because Jem testified to a loving couple, a family home that he enjoyed being in, seeing the love between them as a couple, seeing that Anna loved her husband, seeing that he believed that Brian loved her as well, and that everything seemed lovely. He also said, you never know what's going on behind the scenes, because you don't, like with all things. But everything was fine until it wasn't. And so with everything being fine until it wasn't, it's terrifying. And there's no reason why. And with there being no reason why, it leads to a lot of searching for context to try to put that mental distance in the reason why. And it makes a case like the Walshe case difficult to wrap your head around, how it can go from fine to very much not fine. And that is one of the things in homicide cases that is really hard, because as much as we want answers, there aren't really logical reasons for illogical, horrific acts. And our brains want to find logic. And there are a lot of times, especially online, where that search for logic can get kind of twisted. But people want to search for logic, and people want to search for understanding. And you cannot understand what is fundamentally not logical. And that's difficult. It's difficult. I'm sure Brian Walshe thinks he has a reason in his brain. But that's not something that we are going to be able to wrap our heads around, no matter how much context we have. And particularly with Anna Walshe's texts, I worry that people will try to use those context or those texts to be like, this caused that, thinking, okay, well, if not this, then not that, which is not a true equivalency. Because there are a lot of things that could ultimately end up with Brian Walshe making the choice to do what he did. But at the end of the day, if Brian Walshe has the capacity to make that choice, nothing else that's happening matters. Because it's not a cause. It might be surrounding circumstance, but it's not a cause. Whatever in him caused him to make that choice and carry through with it is solely with him. And we want to understand circumstance so we can try to make that causal connection. The causal connection is in him. And that is something we can't always understand. The causal connection is not on this. Because whether it was text messages or whether it was working late or whether it was picking up the wrong milk or whether it was whatever it was, whatever circumstances were happening, there's always going to be circumstances. Those circumstances aren't a cause. They're a circumstance. And it gets hard sometimes to have conversations about circumstances without assigning it causation. And that is where I worry about the text messages. That people will try to make a causal link between there that might not be. So hopefully that helps explain my thought process on that, and also why sometimes talking about these cases are difficult, because we saw it in freaking Brian's. My poor husband, he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "These freaking Brian's, Brian. All of the Brian's are Brianing. I'm going to start calling you Dr. B all of the time, because the Brian's be Brianing." He's like, "I'm a Brian with a Y." I'm like, that's the saving grace here, sir. We won't tell you that some of them are spelled with a Y. But people, I think, look for context and try to draw a causal link sometimes to make themselves feel safer. Because ultimately, these cases point out that there's a lot of random shit that we are not in control of. And for many of you in the chat, y'all don't need somebody trying to find causal links in your life. Y'all do that to yourselves. You shouldn't. Emily, don't shoot at the chat. I'm shooting at the chat. Don't blame yourself for shit that's not yours. But it's really hard to do that when you look at conversation, especially conversation online, doesn't always tend to be nuanced. Conversation saying this, then this, then this, so that. And that's not always true. You know? Homicides aren't like an avalanche where it's like, well, snow shear factors and whatever else causes avalanches. Like, these factors cause this thing. That's not how criminal cases go a lot of the time. And so trying to go A, B, then C equals D is not correct. It is, did this person do the things that they're charged with? And what are the circumstances surrounding that? But ultimately, if someone is capable of that, that's a choice within them. So, law nerds, when you try to make causal connections between I did this, so that, it's oftentimes not you. Don't put that on you when it's not yours. Okay? Okay, good chat. We're going to be talking about circumstances too when we get into the Reiner case. I already don't like all of the things that I have seen reported in that case. So we're going to talk about it. But these cases are hard to process. We want to feel like we can understand. We're humans. We want to understand the world around us. Also, we want to try to protect ourselves, and our brains want to protect us from bad shit happening. And it's really hard as you go through that adulthood change where you go from, I mean, maybe it was just me, where you go from feeling kind of invincible as a teen. And if some of you didn't feel that way, I'm sorry. It's a plus and a minus to growing, but you feel kind of invincible. And then as you get older, you start looking at shit. We're just rolling through this shit on luck. Duck and cover. But also, we can do the best we can to improve our odds, right? Have the right tires in the snow, we improve our odds. We can do that. We can do things to improve our odds, but a lot of the time it is truly not on us. So big hugs, law nerds. It's hard. And as we get older, we become much like our relationship with how random life and chance is becomes much more real. And I know a lot of you blame yourself for it, and it's not yours. Do not blame yourself for circumstances that you cannot control. It's not yours. All right, I'm going to stop yelling at the law nerds. We're going to move on. Good chat, everybody. Big hugs. It's hard. We're covering hard cases. And I would rather just, laugh at attorney Ron. But even then, that man probably needs to be in the chat and have a big old hug too. Right? So, you guys are the best. Take a deep breath. It's a hard time of year, and it's a hard time of year to be talking about these cases. And we're going into the solstice, and it's a new moon, and it's dark at 4 p.m., and. I love you, awesome law nerds. All right. Speaking of love, Keith, your comments make me smile every time I see them. My voice and my words did not match. I apologize, Keith. I'm still riled up at the world that makes it hard for us in general. I love the keep up the good work. Keith, good to see you in the chat from Chicago. I love seeing you in the comments on this channel and on the Emily Show channel. I appreciate you, and I love seeing them. I've got a funny story. Law nerds, remind me when we get to questions. I have a funny story for you about my dad. And we are going to switch topics real quick. We do have a sponsor today. Yesterday, I don't complain at you a lot. Yesterday, somehow the automatic ads got turned on for YouTube for the sentencing video, which we do not do. We do not let them pick. They tell us we should, we don't. And I saw one comment that was like, "Hey girl." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I went and looked, and it was like, I was like, "Oh Jesus, sorry, law nerds. I don't know what happened. It was probably me and my stress, but I swear I did not put on automatic mid-roll. We always place a handful at best, if that. It was wild yesterday. So I apologize because I have no idea what happened." So every time somebody mentions it in the chat, it just reminds me to go look. And I was like, yikes. So apologies. And the reason we're able to do that and not have them, I'm going to count them one of these days and take a screenshot and show you the back end of what happens. Because it's the craziest thing. I swear we didn't do it yesterday and it just changed. But it's the craziest thing. So if you ever see a wild amount of ads, just put a comment in the comments that says ads with like a laugh cry, this one, and we'll go double check it and make sure it's off again. We do not do that with our videos because we want you, especially for those of you listening in the background, to have a good listening experience and to get the information here. We are blessed to have the incredible support of the Law Nerd community here and in the app, and to have amazing sponsors that we work with. We do that so that you have a smoother listening experience. That is our goal. Our goal is always that when you are listening in the background and your hands are busy, you don't have to go, because I hate it too. That is always our goal. So that said, we have an amazing sponsor today who you know and love, and I've been working with forever. So thank you to NordVPN. Hey Law Nerd, we talk about privacy quite a lot, and one of the key factors for me in protecting my privacy and identity online is using NordVPN, and NordVPN is today's stream sponsor. You guys know that I have partnered with Nord almost since the beginning of my YouTube channel and streaming with you all, because it is a service that I used before we even started partnering together, because a VPN is critical. They have dedicated apps for all major platforms. You can set where you are accessing a VPN through, and one account protects up to 10 devices. Plus, they have 24/7 customer support in case you run into any roadblocks, and you can turn on dark web monitoring so that you get alerts when your credentials appear on the dark web. But did you know that NordVPN goes beyond just being a VPN? You don't even need to connect to a VPN server to take advantage of the threat protection that automatically scans websites when you visit and blocks phishing sites before they can cause you harm. It's risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to check out NordVPN, right now you get a huge discount with the purchase of a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months at nordvpn.com/EmilyDBaker. That's nordvpn.com/EmilyDBaker to get a huge discount with the purchase of a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months. Huge thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this live stream. Let's get back to it. I know. Nord rolled out new stuff. You don't even have to have your VPN connected to a VPN for it to be protecting you. Emily, when you visit your parents, is this what you turn all your stuff on? I do. I turn all of the stuff on, all of my parents' technology. The last time my folks came to visit, my mom was like, I don't want to carry my laptop. I'm like, bring your laptop. I'm installing all of the things. Before we go to Los Angeles and chat, and yes, chat, thank you. The mods, trust me, the mods keep me all informed of what's going on, because this story is as dynamic as any that we cover. So as we move into the Reiner case, we will also talk about breaking news, which is rare for me, but we're going to do it. It's the holidays. But funny story, I was chatting with my parents yesterday. They were heading out to dinner, and my mom asked what happened in the Walshe case and if there was a verdict. And my dad chimed in and was like, there was a verdict. He was convicted of first-degree murder. I'm like, go, Dad. And he's like, I was at the gym and someone had their phone or iPad up on, I don't know if it was the treadmill or the stair step or whatever, but had their device up. And he's like, and I saw that you were live because they were watching you at the gym while I was at the gym. So I went and turned it on because I know you were live. And I was like, oh my God. So my dad, to whoever in the South Bay is at the same gym that my parents go to, thank you. My dad found out that I was live yesterday because, well, you were at the gym watching live. To the Lawnards that watched me fumble in the cold yesterday trying to get gas, it was lovely seeing you. I was mortified that I could not make the gas work yesterday. I swear that it was my brain and my Costco card wouldn't scan. And it was an evening. And then I totally forgot that Costco doesn't take American Express. It was like that. Thank you for saying hello. I'm mortified for how much you saw me struggle to pump gas. It was next level embarrassment yesterday, but it was lovely saying hello. It was lovely saying hello. And I was like, hello, law nerd. I'm generally a capable human. I am no longer a capable human. So the struggle was real trying to put gas while I was running errands. A lot of you were saying, Emily, you have an electric vehicle. I was not in an electric vehicle yesterday that I was putting gas in. I was not struggling to put gas in because I was driving an electric vehicle. But we have made some car changes. I did not have a very long line behind me, so there was that. But we have some car changes. This is a very long story. We will talk about it on members only. It's a whole situation, but we'll talk about it on members only because we need to switch topics. Maybe we'll get to it during Q&A. We've already had we've already needed to like take a moment to breathe together. But yes, Andy in the chat said, you should just say we are professionals. I should walk around with my soundboard and be like, whoop. We are professionals, the more you know. So yes, it is not easy to drive all across the Southeast to all the type of band and college-y things my kid needs to go to in an electric vehicle. So the shirt, oh yes, Javelin. I have a 9-inch nails shirt. It has some holes in it. They were intentional. It is comfy. We needed 9-inch nails. So we'll talk about all of that later as life changes, decisions you make change. A lot of you are asking about the Reiner arraignment. If they got media approval, we will go take a look. I'll let Miguelina, if you'll take a look and see if somebody has a stream set. If they have a stream set, we'll go watch it. If they got media approval for it, we're going to do a bit of a background on the case that we have now and talk about what could be coming next. Emily, why? Well, we get to talk about LA so rarely and people that I might know. It's just, it's nice to get to talk about the courthouses that I know and love. So if we see that, we will add it in, but LA doesn't always allow it. However, LA has been allowing more cameras in the courtroom. I think the courts are finding a balance between everybody trying to get into the courtroom and cameras in the courtroom. And I think those hallways get full I think they rather have everyone being able to stream it than everyone trying to be in the courthouse. So we are going to fly to Los Angeles. We are going to talk about the apparent murder of Rob and Michele Reiner. It is a sad case. It really, really is a sad case. So let's fly to LA and we'll talk about it, because I'm sure everybody's lined up in the hallways of CCB fighting with those elevators. I mean, at least it's not the snow, I guess. So for those of you that are not familiar with this case, we're going to do some background. We're going to look at some LA Times reporting. We are going to talk about what is known. I am not going to speculate on what is unknown, because we don't speculate on what is unknown. I don't often cover breaking news because I like to cover facts. And what I find in breaking stories is the facts can change. And when the facts get out there first, it is very hard to change the first things that you've heard in a case. So when things are out there that are maybe not all the way accurate, not, I forgot to end the poll. Law Nerds, I will poll again about Brian Walshe. 47% of you said that you thought the judge would make a statement. 41% of you said that you hope she will, but think that she probably won't. And 12% of you were like, no, I'm standing with no, she's not going to. Okay. So with breaking news, it is hard to undo the things that are unknown when you hear them early on, because it will linger with you. For example, in the Brian Walshe case, even though it never came in evidence, even though we saw no evidence of it at all, the defense in opening statement saying that Brian Walshe went and cleaned up the kitchen and went and checked his email and went up to his bed and had like a vibe, and then nudged on a Walshe and then nudged her again and then nudged her so hard she fell out of the bed. That's not in evidence, and I can't purge it from my brain, right? There's no like Men in Black doodly bop that's going to remove that information from my brain. The shit's out of the horse. I heard what I heard, and it is stuck. It is stuck like all of the lyrics to Baby Got Back. I will never forget what I had for dinner last night. Might be gone, but that fact stuck. It is stuck in my brain. Whether it's true or not, it's there. So when there is breaking news and all of the facts are not known, I prefer to keep things more general. I am going to keep things more general until things play out in court. The reason I am covering this now, and the reason I want to explain, is because I hope that my decision-making process helps understand what I cover, what I don't, and how I make that choice. So when I am unsure if things are going to have a court process, I tend to stay away from them more, because the Reiner's son was already arrested, held no bail, and had an arraignment set for today. And of course, because Tuesday, had an arraignment set for today. Whether that arraignment gets put over or not, court process is already underway. And the fact that court process is underway so swiftly indicates to me that there is quite a lot of information that is known, that information is readily apparent, and that charges are imminent. Whether or not the arraignment goes forward today, it seems that the district attorney's office will be making charging decisions today. So he is being held no bail on presumptive murder charges. I imagine we will see murder charges. Charges can be added later. Special circumstances can be added later. I don't know if we will see everything, but we will see some things. Hey, friend, I tried to get out for a grade 4 party this year, and all of my travel got totally messed. But I have a story for you about a text I got. I miss you guys. I will come back out for happy hour. I'll come back out for happy hour. I'll come out and maybe get myself in trouble trying to show the law nerds the hallways of CCB. I bet somebody would let me at least get a picture of the empty hallway. But I was trying to explain the CCB hallways. It's a hard thing, but I miss the people. I love doing this. So because there is a no bail hold, and because robbery homicide is involved, and because charges seem imminent, whether or not an arraignment happens today, I am confident that there is quite a lot of information known. Arraignments can get put over. The arraignment can happen today. What's an arraignment? Notifying the person that's been charged what the charges are. The arraignment starts the process. Person's brought to court. You're charged with this, and you can waive a formal reading of the arraignment, which most people do. They don't even read the whole complaint. You're charged with this. Bail is set at this or not. If there's going to be an argument over bail, because right now it is no bail, if there's going to be an argument over bail, that can happen in court. On a high-profile case, I imagine they would pick another day for that to happen in court. And then there will be a bail hearing, and then it will get set for either a preliminary hearing. It can get grand juried. Generally, Los Angeles does preliminary hearings, especially after arraignment. But the fact that we have a discovery of the Reiners in their home, deceased, the immediate calling of law enforcement, and then an arrest fairly shortly thereafter, and then a no bail hold, and then an arraignment date set, leads me to believe that the evidence that police and the district attorney's office have all gathered is substantial enough for them to say, we are pretty confident about who, what, where, how, why. Well, maybe not why. Who, what, where, how. So let's talk about the Reiners real quick. So we will give a background on the case. For those of you that don't know, we will. A lot of you are saying the arraignment's set for today. I did not see that the arraignment was being televised. Let me go take a look. If the arraignment's being televised, we'll go watch it after we do a background. Look, again, the arraignment is you're charged with this. So if there is an arraignment, we will go to it. We're going to do a little background on the case just to catch all the law nerds up that have not been watching the news so that we have a background for them. All right. So we are going to reporting from the LA Times. Let me bring that up for y'all. We'll do that background. And then if the arraignment is streamed, we'll go to it. If there's a press conference, we'll go to it. There's some other breaking news we'll go to too, because the defendant has a attorney, and we will go talk about it. So, all right. Thanks all. Let's continue on. Every website has a different layout, of course. So let me zhuzh this a little bit so we can see it. And then we will go to the LA Times article. And then we will go to all the breaking news that the law nerds, we're going to go through it step by step. Don't worry. We're going to get there. We're going to get there, guys. Dude, don't worry. The news isn't going anywhere. We're here. I'm not going to leave you. We'll get it all done. I promise. I promise, chat. Y'all are gonna give the mods a run for the mods are gonna be like, oh my God, today. Yes, we see it. We've got it. Production's got it. Don't worry, we've got it. Thank you. We appreciate you. Okay. Rob Reiner's son arrested on suspicion of homicide as more details emerge about the shocking killings. Here is the quick update. I think the news is using these summaries quite a lot. This was published from December 14th and updated December 16th at 5:35 a.m. Pacific. I do appreciate very much when they put what time zone it was updated in. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rob Reiner's son, Nick, was apprehended in South Los Angeles and arrested on suspicion of murdering his parents. Nick Reiner, 32, had cycled in and out of rehab centers and experienced bouts of homelessness. I am not going to touch on that more. It will come up in court. He was struggling. That has been largely reported and discussed. It is reported that family friends said that Rob Reiner and his son Nick got into an argument at a holiday party at Conan O'Brien's home Saturday evening. That has to be surreal for everyone that was there. I imagine that was not a small gathering. I can't even imagine. They go on to talk about, in addition to being a Hollywood legend, Rob Reiner was a political force and outspoken advocate. He did notably, to touch on politics ever so briefly, he did notably fight against Prop 8 in California, which had banned same-sex marriage and then was voted out. So we always appreciate that. Michelle Singer Reiner was a photographer with a creative partner to Rob, influencing the ending of When Harry Met Sally. You guys, if you don't know Rob Reiner, you will know a lot of Rob Reiner's movies, especially depending on your generation. You will know him from, everything from The Princess Bride and Spinal Tap to they're literally the movies that are part of your upbringing. From all of you are just putting them in the chat, which is easier for me. Thank you. Misery, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, Stand By Me, Sleepless in Seattle, like all. In addition to also having an acting career. So they go on to say that Rob Reiner's son Nick was arrested on suspicion of murdering his parents after the Hollywood legend and his wife were found dead at their Brentwood home on Sunday, Brentwood, Los Angeles, by their daughter, which is also horrific. They go on to say LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell said that officers responded to the Reiner home about 3:40 p.m. Nick Reiner, 32, was found in South Los Angeles near USC around 9:15 p.m. He was booked the following morning at like 5 a.m. after the arrest. Everyone, or not everyone is hyperbolic. So many in Hollywood have said for a very long time nothing but lovely things about working with Reiner as an actor, as a director, lovely things about him and his wife. So again, when they talk about the celebrity in Hollywood being a small community, I'm not surprised that we are seeing so many speaking out about it, because it is a very small community. And I'm sure people are rattled. They go on to talk about Rob Reiner's acting career, acting as Meathead and All in the Family, and directing things including When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, Spinal Tap. They say that the news of the killing sent shockwaves across Hollywood and the country's political establishment. He was deeply involved in politics, which can also at the upper levels be a very small community as well. With statements from the Clintons, the Obamas. We're not even going to talk about other statements because I am trying to reserve my rules on name calling. They go on to say that family friends told the LA Times that Rob and Nick got into an argument at a holiday party at Conan O'Brien's home, that Nick was acting strangely that evening. They note that he had a history of struggling with addiction, that he had talked about trashing his parents' guest house in an interview that was not too long ago, in a drug-induced or fueled up for multiple days crisis. It goes on to say family friends who do not want to be identified because of the nature of the crime said that the Reiner's daughter was the first on scene Sunday afternoon. It's chilling, and it makes me incredibly sad for her. Law enforcement told the LA Times that there was no sign of forced entry into the home in the 200 block of Chadbourne Avenue. Sources also said the Reiners had injuries consistent with being stabbed. Other reports have more information on that. I'm not going to get into it. If there are, because we will find out more later, but the police and the DA's office did not wait for autopsies to be complete. And did not need for autopsies to be complete to charge this, which says all that you need to know. They go on to say that Nick Reiner was not home when police arrived. Law enforcement sources said he was tracked down later that evening by officers with LAPD's Gang and Narcotics Division, along with the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. He is being held at LA County Jail without bail. I think bail had initially been set earlier and then was changed to no bail afterwards. Let's see. The article goes on to talk about a film regarding addiction that Nick and his father had done together, and interviews that Nick had given about how hard his struggle has been with addiction, and then some of Rob's statements about how hard it was or is or was parenting someone struggling with addiction. So they go on to talk about the incident at the guest house. The article says Nick Reiner's path hasn't been linear in 2018. He said that he was smoking pot and taking Adderall. At one point, he said that he was, sir, many. This is not the shocking revelation that anyone with ADHD is going to be like, that's not the thing. But he said in an interview that he had totally spun out on uppers. That is a different thing. He said, I think it was coke and something else. I was up for days on end and started punching some of the things in the guest house, started with the TV. Everything in the guest house got wrecked. I imagine that was not the only incident. The reason I bring up the guest house is because part of the delay, and I think the comments by law enforcement were basically like, we can't say anything, which wasn't helpful. But the comment about the guest house is legally relevant in that when someone has residence at a property, even if they don't have ownership, you can find yourself on the wrong side of the case law in California if you go in without a search warrant. So if the adult daughter and a young adult daughter had said, it's horrific that she came over and found them, but with the young adult daughter finding them, if she did not live there, she can't give consent to search the home. If the son, Nick, was living at the home or on the property at the guest home, then he also has the right to consent to a search, and he was not home. So they took some time to get the search warrant because it seemed that Nick was living at the residence at the time, and they can't go on the daughter's consent to search. They have to go on, well, in this case, waiting for a search warrant. So they waited and got search warrants, which was part of, over the weekend, there was some longer amount of time. Maggie P said, I was wondering why they needed a search warrant, although it's a crime scene. Doesn't that override that? The case law in this area in California does not always just say it's a crime. A lot of you are saying, I didn't get that part. Okay, good. This gives me a moment to say, let's pause and talk about it real quick. The first thing they did was secure the crime scene. So crime scene tape, no one in and out. It is a crime scene. If they see something in plain sight, like if they saw something that was an apparent weapon or what have you, they could secure that in plain sight because it was a crime scene. But if they are going to do a more thorough search beyond just where they were found, then search warrants are going to be needed. And it can get more complicated if you have residents of the home over the age of 18. Put an asterisk on that because there's a side tangent to that we are not running down today. So just asterisks. But if you have multiple residents of a home over the age of 18, you can run into the ownership rights of one not being adequate consent to search for the other. Think of a situation with like roommates. Like if one roommate says, yeah, come in and search, and the other roommate says, no, don't come in and search, you are going to run into an issue, or could run into an issue, if you do not have exigency or a warrant. The argument in this case is because it seemed sadly readily apparent that both Rob and Michele Reiner were deceased when the daughter found them. There is no exigency. There's no urgency. They are not in immediate harm any longer. There is not a factor of evidence at the home being destroyed or anything like that. So there's no exigency. So Priya asked, isn't that exigency? No, there is. They are both apparently, and I think it was readily apparent that they were deceased. There was not anyone in the home that seemed like they would pose an ongoing threat or be destroying evidence. So in the home, there's no exigency there because there is no evidence that anything's being destroyed or there's ongoing crime or that someone can be further harmed. So no, not in that circumstance, because the son, who it seemed was very early on in this, the daughter was concerned about the fight they had the evening or that evening, or the evening before. Apologies, this is why I don't do breaking news, but the evening before at Conan O'Brien's house. So there's not exigency in the home, and you can secure the crime scene. You don't have to worry about like rain washing something away or anything like that. So the crime scene was secured. The individuals were located. Law enforcement came, and even in getting medical help or what have you, treating or getting medical help for the victims doesn't necessarily create exigency to search the entire house. Also, I am not going to speculate on where they were found in the house. We will learn these things later, but there also wouldn't be exigency to search beyond what you might be able to see in a home. And we are dealing with a large home, and we know about a pool home where someone could live. So we are dealing with a large home and a pool home, etc. So in all of that, not exigency to search. Also, when you have a house that is that large and secured, and you want to search for tech devices or notes or diaries or anything like that, it is better off to get a search warrant because A, there's no harm that things are going to disappear, and B, why introduce a legal problem down the road if you don't have to? The home is secured with crime scene tape and people blocking it. No one's coming in or out other than the daughter and the victims. So if they clear the home, they can clear the home. They can make note of things that they saw in a sweep. They can be like, we saw a phone, we saw a computer, even if they saw a weapon. If there's nobody there to pick it up, they can leave it there, photograph it. So they, I imagine, cleared the house. They can make note of the things they see, but they can't take them, especially when it comes to digital devices, etc. So the scene was cleared. They waited for a search warrant. That's part of why they waited for a search warrant. If the son was living there, you can't just start searching it without a warrant. Different states have different case law on this. Different states have different thresholds for when police can search or not. If there is reasonable ability to wait, then wait. If nobody's going in or out of the location, there's nothing that's going to be destroyed. The biggest concern would be tech that could potentially be remotely wiped. It's fairly rare, and there's nothing in this case that would give them cause to believe that that was a circumstance here that was going to be a large circumstance. So hopefully that makes sense on the search warrant. We have more updated news on this because the case was set for arraignment this morning. However, it is a Tuesday. Tuesday is arraignment day for everything over the weekend, but arraignments can be postponed. I think just from based on the headlines that I am seeing, that the arraignment probably was postponed. So we're going to go take a look at that, and then news regarding Nick already having an attorney. And I want to take a look real quick on the docket to see if there is a case number yet on the docket, and we'll take a look at that together. So with breaking news, it is going to be a little clunkier as I pull things up in real time, but don't worry. We're going to pull things up in real time. And Belle, good to see you. Said, how long does it take in a situation like this to get a warrant? It depends on how much information they have. It can take an hour to a few more hours because we are dealing with, well, this is where I get into speculation, but you can be dealing very much with the circumstance that you are also trying to assign a DA to the case. The DA is going to be involved early on, which can happen if this goes to like majors or a special unit. Then you have DA and law enforcement chatting, law enforcement working on the warrants. They want DA saying, yes, those are the warrants they want. Then finding the weekend judge that is on call for warrants, sending it to the weekend judge, letting the weekend judge read it. If the weekend judge has, depending on the circumstances, any questions, there are times where it is more apparent that you have probable cause for a warrant, and there are times that can be less apparent. So making sure that they have all that information can take a couple of hours. Here, there is no risk. They don't need to move swiftly. They were already going out into look for the son based on everything that they knew. So one team can be working on getting a warrant, or literally one officer and probably a DA can be working on getting a warrant while they were still working on finding the son, if that makes sense. So chat, I appreciate you keeping me up to date. Don't worry, Miguelina is keeping me up to date too. We will get to everything. Even if we don't get to it the second it is live, we will get to everything. You know, I like to give myself zoom room. I want to take a look at the docket real quick. We will do that. And I want to pull up the headlines regarding the attorney being hired. Thank you, Miguelina. I appreciate it. Perfect. Let me grab that from the document. So don't worry, we've got it. Don't worry, we've got it. Let me just, I forget to refresh my, Miguelina puts stuff in the docket for me to grab. And then it gets, I don't see the LA Times one. Miguelina, if you don't mind. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. I see it. It's that one. Thank you, Miguelina. You are the best. So let's switch articles real quick with updated news from the LA Times, and then we will go to some of the videos on this and talk about them. So we're just moseying through some breaking news. Kate said, wait, LA does not do arraignments on Saturdays? No, Tuesday. Weekends go to Tuesday. So let's see. Perfect. Thank you, Miguelina. So we're just running production live and in real time. Look, I do not feel the urgency to be like, this is happening now. Don't worry. We'll get to it. And then we'll get to zoom through all the buffer bits. It's fine. We'll get there. We don't have to see everything at once. It's all good. So no, they don't do arraignments on the weekend. They do those on Tuesday, which can make Tuesdays incredibly busy days in the LA County courts, especially over a 3-day weekend. After a 3-day weekend, it gets very, very busy. Okay, I'm going to have to shrink this just a little bit so that we're still on screen. All right. Let's talk about Nick Reiner not medically cleared to appear in court as prosecutors consider murder charges. That is not uncommon that somebody doesn't get transported to court. That does not deprive them of their right to be arraigned within the time frame. It will just get put over to tomorrow. So if he is not medically cleared for transport, that can be, well, let's read the article and see what they say. But that's not surprising, given everything we already know about the circumstance. I imagine that the headlines about this case will be consistently changing. I hope that they do not get more salacious, but you know how I feel about that. So Nick Reiner not medically cleared to appear in court as prosecutors consider murder charges. Here's the update from the LA Times. Here's what we know. They say Rob Reiner's son, Nick, has been arrested on suspicion of murdering his parents. that he has struggled with addiction, that he got into a fight with his parents, a verbal argument at Conan O'Brien's house. Family friends told the LA Times that Nick had been living in the guest house on his parents' property and that his mother had become increasingly concerned about his mental health in recent weeks. If there are mental health concerns, if there are, some of you are asking about withdrawal, if there's withdrawal concerns, those will be treated before he goes to court. Yes. And those will be often in hospital and taken care of in hospital. So if he is not medically cleared from the hospital, they will wait on the arraignment. And they will trail that. Oftentimes they will trail that day by day. And if they trail that day by day, he will be treated at whichever medical facility, and they will check in every day, and the sheriff will come in and say he's not cleared to transport. And then they will just take it day by day by day. And so when will the arraignment be? We don't know. Also, the arraignment truly is a reading of the charges, and the defense attorneys can ask for the arraignments to be put over so they can talk to the DAs. So you have to make your first appearance in court, and it doesn't mean that they will necessarily be arraigned. Truly, it is the first stage of the proceeding, but it is not. There's a lot else that is legally of import that can happen between now and then. They go on to say that the medical examiner is determining the time of death, and the investigators are pursuing Nick's whereabouts in the hours after the confrontation at the party. Tech evidence. As many of you shared in the chat, Nick has retained high-profile defense attorney Alan Jackson, as murder charges are expected to be filed later today. I would not be surprised if we see murder charges filed. I am not surprised that he hired Alan Jackson because chat told me, and I'm not surprised. Look, this is a courthouse that Alan Jackson knows well, so I'm not surprised that in a high-profile case, you have a high-profile defense attorney. I'm not shocked at all. So Nick has retained Alan Jackson. Let's see. It looks like there's a link. If there's a link to another story, we'll take a look. If that's just a link to a story about Alan Jackson, I think we're familiar. Let's see if does that link go anywhere? Maybe not. Oh, it does. Okay. From James Quelly. I really like James's reporting in courts and cases in LA. So this is from earlier today. Nick Reiner retains high-profile defense attorney as murder charges are expected to be filed. How would James Quelly know that? Because Alan told him. How does the media know that Alan's been retained? Alan. From Alan. It says, Nick Reiner has retained famed defense attorney. Oh, yeah. James, you're not helping. You're not helping. It's not helping. It's not helping. You guys have great questions in the chat. I'm going to hold on to a number of them. So, Nick Reiner retains high-profile defense attorney as murder charges are expected to be filed. Has retained defense attorney Alan Jackson to defend him in connection with his parents' apparent murders. Jackson confirmed while being followed by a throng of media in the downtown Los Angeles criminal court building Tuesday. So, yeah, Jackson's walking around CCB and everybody's like, hey, why are you here? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those hallways, man. It's pretty it's pretty obvious who's walking through the CCB. It goes on to say LA County prosecutors are expected to file murder charges against Reiner on Tuesday, according to two law enforcement sources with knowledge. Yes. Also on Tuesday, they have till the end of the day to file. They can do an arraignment late in the day. Doctor Who said, what is CCB? CCB is the criminal courts building, or the nickname for that downtown courthouse. It is the Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center, I think is the full proper name at this point, but the nickname for that courthouse is the Criminal Court Building. So CCB is the nickname for that court. And it's lodged in my brain. So no, Doctor Who, don't apologize if you don't know. It's because many don't know. I have defaulted into local. So no, I'm glad for the question because it's a lot. So it says that Reiner was scheduled to appear in court Tuesday morning, according to jail records, but that's true. His appearance was today at 8:30, but Jackson said his client had not been medically cleared to be transported from Men's Central, so he's in the medical unit there. They could move him out of the medical unit. Every inmate has to be medically cleared before they can be transported to court. He's not been medically cleared. Jackson declined to respond to questions about his client's mental health or physical condition. Where addiction is at play, withdrawal can be a factor. Distress can be a factor. There can be more substantial psychological factors, so those will be evaluated. As of 9:30 a.m., Jackson said he was not aware of any charges being filed. That's probably not going to happen until later in the day by one of Jackson's former colleagues, I'm sure, or somebody he used to supervise. A spokesperson for the LADA's office did not immediately respond to requests for comment. No, they're working on filing charges. They're probably not going to. And then they talk a little bit about Jackson being a former LA prosecutor and a high-profile defense attorney who defended Harvey Weinstein. While Jackson and his partner, Mark Worksman, failed to win an acquittal for Weinstein at his 2022 trial in LA, he had major successes in other high-profile trials. You can tell it's an LA article when it leads with Weinstein, not Reed. Earlier this year, Jackson secured an acquittal on second-degree murder charges for Karen Reed, who was charged with killing her boyfriend, a Boston police officer. Always tell where the source is. So, what do we know? What we know is that there is going to be charges filed at some point today. The question on the charges will be not just what degree of murder, but if there are any special circumstances that are charged, when they expect an arraignment to be held in court, and then where they go from there. What will Alan Jackson be focusing on with this case? Well, first of all, making sure that his client is medically stable to be transported to court, and then ascertaining what the evidence is. And then I imagine the next thing will be having a conversation with prosecutors to try to reduce all of this down or handle it before it ever goes to trial. I imagine that's what we're going to do, or that's what they will start pursuing in the days and weeks to come. Also, courthouses get very slow around the holidays. So yes, we might see an arraignment in the next few days, but I don't think we will see much more movement on this case until the new year, because Alan Jackson is going to want as much information as he can get to start talking to the district attorneys about distress, mental health, etc. So that's what I expect that we will see. Casey Cat, thank you. I saw that in the notes from Angelina too, that the DA press conference isn't going to be till this afternoon. Look, if the arraignment's not happening at 8 o'clock or at 8:30 this morning, arraignments don't have to happen till the end of the day. If he's a medical miss out, then arraignment's going to get pushed. The DAs don't need to hurry and get charges, and they can take a minute to decide what they want to disclose and what they don't. I'm not going to stay live until they do their press conference, but I will update you in the app with a statement about what they charged and what that means. It's going to be, murder charges. It's just a matter of if there's special circumstances or not. They're going to ask for a no bail hold. I imagine they're going to get a no bail hold at least until they have a bail hearing. I imagine Jackson will ask to put over the arraignment and put over the bail hearing and go from there. So that is what we will see. But Jackson is going to need time to meet with his client. They're going to need to make sure his client is stable. And there's going to be a lot happening behind the scenes that won't be happening in the public eye. And we will see what happens. Everything else will be speculative, but this is going to, I imagine, be a lot of behind the, well, Emily, you can't say it's going to be all behind the scenes because Jackson. So we know that Jackson will keep us in the loop about what's going on, not us personally, but us, the public, in the loop about what's going on. So we'll see. We will see. Sorry, I tried a new lippy today. It was a little sticky as I started talking, which is why I don't always tell you exactly which lippy I'm wearing if I'm trying them out, to make sure they are not sticky while talking. So a lot of you are asking about what defenses you can have in a case. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense. We talked about that a bit in the Taylor Schabusiness case. So when you look at the Taylor Schabusiness case and you look at voluntary intoxication, you look at under the influence, that is not going to be a defense. There are other defenses, not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. However, that is something that gets addressed down the line. The thing that you try to do before all of that is the defense attorney tries to have a conversation with the DA if there are diagnoses or concerns that might put the case into that realm where you could have that defense, and try to talk to the DA about what possibilities there are to resolve a case short of running that defense at trial. So it is going to take time. And I imagine that if there is any indication of any diagnoses, that he will immediately be sent out for a 90 or 120 day or longer mental health evaluation. So there are things at the beginning of the case that will take this case kind of out of the public eye and let it move forward. If there is a history there, and a lot of you in the chat are saying that there may be, if there is a history there that is documented, Alan Jackson's also going to want to get all of that information. So if that is a circumstance, then Alan Jackson will want all of that information before moving forward. So there's a lot of legwork that's going to happen first. All right. Hopefully that answers those questions. I'm saving some other questions. I want to just go see real quick if the sheriff's department has a booking update on that, because I'm curious. And then we will move on and talk about Courthouse Becky. I'm going to answer a few questions and then we'll talk about Courthouse Becky. And then I will try to give a summary, because I have not done that well at all. Like, not at all. We have information, but we have not gone over anything in a coherent kind of way. Hey, Sheriff's Department, did you seal this? You liars. I know there's information there. It's coming back. It's coming back. No results. That's not what the case was yesterday. Sheriff's Department. Oh, hold on. Nope. That auto-populated. This is why I don't do things in real time. All right. Let's see what the booking update is through the Sheriff's Department. I'm just going to pull this up and we can look at it together. It's going to have DOB on it. That is not private information, but you will see that in here. Let's see. Arrest date, the 14th at 21:15. Book date, the 15th at 5:04 a.m. Let's see. Still housed at Twin Towers, so they didn't change his location. So he hasn't been checked into medical for an extended period, because he's still at Twin Towers. Still set as no bail. Was set for court today. They haven't updated the court date, which means they probably haven't put this on the record yet. That might not happen till 4 or 4:30 when after lunch they say that he has a medical miss out and then determine that he is not able to go to court at all today. So that is what we know. That is what our updates are. Twin Towers is the downtown jail. So they've not moved his housing to a hospital. And it sounds like he's probably in medical in Twin Towers based on the reports that we've seen. Let me see if there's any other reports we need to check in on real quick before we switch topics, before we do a summary and switch topics. Let's see if there was any updates here. This is just this is just outside the sheriff's. Okay. It looks like they were waiting at some point for potentially statements that just did not come. So there are a number of things that are purporting to have stuff that's going to keep getting delayed, which again, everybody's going to sit and wait truly all day long for more information. So some of you are asking, is Twin Towers where Dr. Russell worked? Dr. Russell was at County USC, but County USC treats inmates from Twin Towers and others. So Twin Towers is interesting. We're going to leave it at that. Let me see if there's any other reports that I want to bring up before we move on, Law Nerds, and answer questions. Cheese Cupcake asked, do I think that there will be an NGI plea? We are way too early in the process, and I do not nearly have enough information. I know it is uncomfortable, but we are going to have to wait until we know more. And there is going to be a lot of waiting in this case because there are things that the lawyers are going to want to do before we get to what's known. When the DA's office makes their filings do not have the type of affidavit we've seen in some jurisdictions. It will have a statement of the charge, which is going to be the charges, whatever it is. It will have the victim's name. It will have the on or about date of what happened. And it might have any enhancements if there was use of a deadly weapon. It might have an enhancement for that. If there are any special circumstances to a murder case, it might have those. It might not have those yet. Those can get added later. And it's going to say, defendant did unlawfully kill with the charge, name of victim, location, date. And that is about it. We're not going to get much more than that initially. Now, the individuals who were at Conan O'Brien's party have been talking to the media, so we will have some tangential information, but I imagine when law enforcement talks to them, they will say to law enforcement, or law enforcement will say to them, you do not have to make any further statements to the media, and please don't. We are trying to figure out what the circumstance is. So we might see that get a little bit more locked down. We might not. It's just going to depend on more circumstances than we know at the moment. And there's a lot of speculation. There are some things and only some things that are known. So let me see if we have any other updates other than that he was a medical miss out and that Alan Jackson is his attorney. I'm going to take a look at what People says. It might be redundant to what we've already seen, but we're going to take a look either way to see if there's anything else. And then we are going to move on. Yeah. Answer some questions and then move on, which is fair. Some of you are saying, did AJ already give a video interview, or did they catch him in the hallway? Probably some of both. Nick Reiner is now represented by a lawyer who defended Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, and Karen Reed. Karen Reed has got to be like, can we not? Can we not? Dancing Puffin asked, where did they find him? They found him in South LA. They could have done that by friends and or cell phone pings. But if he is known to have locations where he goes, they could have done it by that. Did I not grab how did I stream without a chapstick? Emily, you've been in trial. Give yourself grace. Karen Reed's got to be like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Nick Reiner is accused of, well, not formally yet accused of murdering his wife and father. He's been arrested on suspicion of murder. I think that's the most accurate. He has hired attorney Alan Jackson. Let me just correct people real quick. He is held without bail on suspicion of murder prior to charges being filed by the district attorney's office relating to the death of his parents, Rob and Michelle. Let's see. Jackson confirmed to reporters Tuesday morning that he was represented Reiner, telling the press outside LA County Superior Court that his client would not be making his first court appearance Tuesday because he hadn't been medically cleared. A number of you are asking if he would be on a watch. Yes, he would be on a watch. No, that would not cause him to be a medical miss out. There is something beyond what level of watch he is on in the custody setting that would cause him to be a medical miss out. It would not be simply because he is on a watch. That would not be why he's a medical miss out. There could be other things, but it's not that. So he was not transported to court for medical reasons. There's not going to be an arraignment today. The DAs haven't filed charges yet. They go on to say he's accused of, well, charges haven't been filed, but he is arrested in connection with the murder of his parents on Sunday, December 14th. Rob Reiner, 78, Michele Reiner, 70. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood, Los Angeles home that afternoon by their 28-year-old daughter, Romy. It's horrific. I don't even know how I feel for their daughter. It's horrifying, and you wish that on no one. The Crystal Star miss out is just the term within LA County for someone who doesn't get transported to court. So it is just a more colloquial term to where I worked, but he is expected in court. He had a court date set. He was not in court. He did not bench warrant because he is not out on his own volition. He is supposed to be in court. He is missing from court because he was not medically cleared by the sheriff's department to transport him to court. Medical miss out. We got all jargony on you. I apologize, chat. You're gonna learn the LA jargon. We're in LA. They go on to say that hours later, police arrested Nick near USC. He's facing murder charges. The DA hasn't filed charges yet, but the no bail hold is a pretty key indicator. They go on to talk about Alan Jackson a bit. They go on to talk about Jackson's representation of Weinstein, Phil Spector as a prosecutor, Kevin Spacey as a defense attorney. They go on to talk about the things that we have seen with Nick's struggles, the movie he made with his father, and a quote unquote big loud fight at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, which we are hearing more and more about. And then a little bit about the legacy of Rob Reiner and the movies that he directed. With that, we are not going to have a lot more information until later today, when I expect the DA's office will file murder charges, say that they filed murder charges, that those charges could have things added to them. And then that's going to be about it for now. So what do we know as a fact about the murder of Rob and Michele Reiner in Los Angeles on Sunday the 14th? We know that their son, Nick Reiner, was arrested shortly thereafter near the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. that he is being held in custody at Twin Towers in downtown LA with no bail. That on, what is it, Tuesday? How is it only Tuesday? That on Tuesday, December 16th, attorney Alan Jackson was downtown at the Criminal Courts Building, CCB, downtown Los Angeles, Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center, to represent Nick Reiner, and confirmed to media that he was not medically cleared to be transported to court for arraignment. The district attorney's office said that they keep pushing back a press conference, and I wouldn't be surprised if they canceled it entirely today, because they are going to wait day by day until Nick Reiner is cleared medically to go to court. There could be innumerous reasons why he is not medically cleared to go to court. That would not have to do with him being on a hold. The news media has talked quite a lot about his struggles with addiction, so he could be in the process of detoxing and be on a hold for that. It could be a hold related to mental health. It could be related to circumstances of his arrest. We do not know, but he was not medically cleared to be transported to court. He is not in court. That will trail over day by day until he is cleared for court. He will come into court with his attorney. His attorney, Alan Jackson, can either choose to go forward with the arraignment or ask that the arraignment be continued. He can also ask that his client, if necessary, be sent out for an evaluation before the arraignment. I imagine we will see Alan Jackson hit the ground running. What do I expect will happen from then? Well, after we hear what the charges are, I imagine Alan Jackson will want to get all past medical records, will want to see the initial police reports, interviews, and then start talking with the district attorney's office about how this case will move forward, and see what avenues for defense might be available or might not be available through the district attorney's office. But we are right into the holiday season where courts tend to get a little bit slow. So aside from charges being filed and potentially a bail hearing being set, though if there are medical issues going on, then it might not be that they would even have a bail hearing until some of those medical issues or concerns are addressed, or until a mental health evaluation is done. So we might not even see argument over bail until those things happen. So while there might be a lot of headlines about what is going on in this case, I imagine we are not going to see a lot happening in court until into the new year, because A, courts are getting slow, and B, there is a lot of things that Alan Jackson is going to want to do before this case starts moving forward towards a potential preliminary hearing down the road. And yes, cases can resolve before preliminary hearing. We won't know if that happens here. But what we do know is that LA courts don't always allow cameras in the courtroom. Sometimes they do. If this case is arraigned and cameras are in the courtroom, it is going to be the judge waiving formal arraignment of the complaint, asking the defendant if they know what they've been charged with, and setting another date. That is what is going to happen. That is all. Emily, that's it? That's it. And maybe setting a date for a bail argument. If a bail argument needed to be made, it's potential, on the outside potential, that Alan Jackson might want to make a bail argument in court that day. I doubt it, but it's possible. Those are the things that are going to happen. This, though the initial information is somewhat shocking and incredibly sad, the court process is not going to move quickly just because the public interest might move quickly. And we are going to have to wait and see. But we do know that with Alan Jackson as the attorney on the case, we will be kept in the loop. So there's no risk of that. It is an attorney that is going to keep the public in the loop. All right. Let me take a look real quick. Let's see. Jacqueline asked, aren't California cases not televised? There is not a default rule. There is a level of post O.J. Simpson saltiness about cameras in the courtroom, but judges do approve cameras in the courtroom. We watched the Cardi B case. It is not the default, but the judge can approve cameras in the courtroom. at arraignment, those arraignment courtrooms, all they do are arraignments. So it's just arraignment after arraignment. And on a Tuesday, that's a busy court. I mean, that's a busy court. So they might deny cameras for arraignment just because it'll disrupt the flow of the court. But I told you what will happen at arraignment. They will waive formal reading of the arraignment, ask the defendant if they've been advised of their charges. Their attorney will make their formal appearance for the record. That's going to look like Alan Jackson appearing for the defendant, possibly Alan Jackson privately retained appearing for the defendant, possibly not. And then they will state the bail amount, or they will set a date for a bail hearing, or Alan Jackson will make an argument for bail. I think the first option. And then if there are any concerns medically at all, Alan Jackson can ask for those things to happen. Mental health evaluation, any treatment if there is a concern of withdrawals from narcotics, etc. Alan Jackson can ask for those things to happen and then set the case over. And then a new date will be set. That's what's going to happen. Let's see. Aridi said, you mean SUV is wrong and DAs don't immediately state what the bail should be? This case, based on the charges, the presumptive bail, I imagine, will be no bail. So getting the presumption down from no bail would be difficult. But yes, the bail will get set at the arraignment. Cheese Cupcake said, what exactly is an arraignment? It is formally notifying the defendant of the charges against them. And most of the time in Los Angeles, they waive formal reading of the arraignment or of the complaint, which means at the arraignment, they do not read every word on the complaint. They say, do you waive formal reading? Yes. And then the arraignment is done. Your attorney appears. You are given the complaint and the initial discovery as a defendant or defense attorney. And you are told what your next court date is. And then they do the next one. Calling case number, insert case number here, defendant number, appearances for the record. DA states so-and-so for the people of the state of California, or Deputy District Attorney so-and-so. The defense states their appearance, attorney, insert name here, appearing for, defendant, insert name here. Defense, do you waive formal reading of the complaint? Yes. Any concerns we need to address? State them. Next date, pick date. And that is all. That is it. That is all. That is all that is going to happen. A number of you are asking in the chat, do I know who is paying for the defense? No. I have no idea who is paying for the defense. I do not know people's pockets. I'm not counting people's pockets. Could be his family, could be him. Do not know. I can only imagine for the Reiner family, this is a terrifying and complex and incredibly vulnerable time. So it's going to be tough, but I am not forestalling that he has his own money. I am not forestalling that his family might help. We don't know. But there are going to be circumstances in this case that we are not aware of. Those are going to be complex. And those are the types of conversations you want an attorney to be able to evaluate. If there is a medical history there, you want them to, you want the defense to be able to explore it. And Jackson will be able to explore that. So, if there are opportunities, it's a weird word to use in connection with such a horrific case, but the defense will explore all options. And that is what they are there to do. And that is what the defendant's right is. They are there to explore all options. And it's incredibly sad. It's a sad case, and you can see how much it has shaken those that knew and loved the Reiners. So let's see. Hope Always 247 asked a question that I've seen repeating in the chat. Emily, why would Jackson take this case knowing this kid is guilty? First, appearances being what appearances being, I don't know. There are legal doctrine to the side of guilt that might apply here. There are options to evaluate the circumstance fully, and everyone deserves a defense. So if, without knowing the circumstances more, it's hard for me to speculate. I think the better question is, why would Jackson take a case like Weinstein? I can understand this case. This case is horrifically sad, but also the defense has the opportunity to get medical records and history and have a conversation with the DA to see how this case should be evaluated. I have more questions about why you take a Weinstein case than taking this case. On the initial facts, there is room for a defense attorney to explore the circumstances surrounding this case. Also, that's what defense attorneys do. They take defense cases. And sometimes the cases that seem like someone is apparently guilty give a defense attorney more opportunity to do the best that they can. Kate Elizabeth, we talked about this a little earlier. LA does not do arraignments on Saturdays. Look, man, let's talk. No, here's what the schedule in LA courts looks like. Technically, it's an 8:30 court. However, one of the real problems in Los Angeles is traffic. I'm going, Kay Stovall, I'm going to get to this question in just a second. I interrupted myself with it. Court starts at 8:30 in LA. There is a very real problem of transportation with the sheriff's department and traffic. So sheriffs have to transport everybody that's in custody with not nearly enough buses to get everybody to the courthouses they need to get to. So in custody defendants don't always get to court for an 8:30 start. It's better downtown than further away from downtown. It just depends on where people are housed. Then you got to get all the attorneys into court, which is oftentimes like herding cats on catnip. And so you will have a DA in a case in the court. You will have a defense attorney in the case that is missing. So the DA will go to call another case, and the DA on case A will wander off to go handle case 2. And then defense attorney on case 2 will come into court, but the DA on case 2 has left to go handle something else. And then the defense attorney on case 2, case A, leaves to go handle their case number 3. And then all day, you have attorneys that are trying to handle things all over a courthouse and not just sat down to handle a thing. Arraignment court's a little better because it's normally just an assigned DA, but this is a special case, so it'll be a special DA. So then you have to wait till the attorneys and the defense attorneys all match up for the same cases. And then their client needs to be there. And then you have the client and all the attorneys, and then the court needs to be open to handle it and not actively engaged in something else, because the court's like, okay, this one's not ready, bring me the next one. And when they're doing the next one, then an attorney pops up and walks out and is like, I'll come back. And then you end up with attorneys wandering all over the courthouse trying to get shit done because they've got to be in 15 different places. And if their defense attorney's not there, then they're not going to sit in court 1 and wait for their defense attorney, because they're like, well, if they're not fucking here, I need to go to court down the hallway. And then you are constantly trying to be in the right court at the same time with the defense attorney you're in there with. And so things take time. Arraignment court's a little easier because it's generally just one DA sat in the chair handling it. But when you are dealing with cases assigned to different DAs, not just the calendar court, it's just herding cats all day long. And then the most frustrating thing to me as a DA when I'd be like, defense attorney, what time will you be here? I'll be here at this time. Great, I'll be here at this time. I show up at that time and the defense attorney's not there. I'm like, I'm here, where are you? Because I got a judge down the hall that needs me. And if you're not here, I'm going down there. And then the judge will be like, don't leave. Be like, but Your Honor, I got a case down the hallway. Don't walk out this door. I gotta go down the hallway. Defense isn't here. Call the defense. You find the defense attorney. Tell me when the defense attorney's back. I'll be down the hallway. I'm not going to sit here. And then you end up with DAs sitting in the courtroom, like playing Candy Crush, trying to figure out where their defense attorneys are. I didn't realize how many steps I walked until I tore my ACL. And then I was like, I walk a lot in the day. When I had to go back to work after I tore my ACL, I was like, shit, I walk way more than I realized. You walk a lot in a courthouse. But yeah, it can be, if you like days that are never the same, but are familiar, and something new always happens, court work might be for you. If you would like to sit in your office and get your work done, not in 10-minute increments before your phone rings and somebody needs you, court work might not be for you. This is how we ended up with the judges in Long Beach in the back hallway screaming at each other over a district attorney and who was going to have that particular district attorney in their court first. Some of you remember how that ended. So we've talked about it on members only. Canonical Heat, good to see you. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. KS Toval said LAPD made a statement that all homicide cases are now handled by robbery homicide. How is that different? Sometimes, I hate to say it depends. I would need the full statement. If robbery homicide has taken over all cases for all of the LAPD jurisdictions, it would be different in that there would be some homicide detectives in different LAPD subdivisions, but that doesn't change that the LA sheriffs will still handle the murder cases that sheriffs are assigned to. LA sheriffs will still handle murder cases for smaller jurisdictions that do not have the resources. There are smaller police departments in the beach cities and elsewhere that do not have homicide detectives and have the sheriff's department back up the jurisdiction. And then there are other larger law enforcement agencies like a Long Beach PD that handle their own murder cases and will occasionally have help from sheriffs if they need assistance. So robbery homicide might have just taken over all the murder investigations for the different subdivisions of LAPD because there are a lot of them. But it depends on where a case happens. This was in Brentwood, so I think it would naturally be covered jurisdictionally by LAPD and not LA sheriffs either way. So this news makes me sad. This is an incredibly sad case. Look, familial cases are hard. There are a couple different units within the DA's office where this might go. I'll be interested to see if it goes to major crimes or if it goes to family violence. I would think it would go to family violence first. Not major crimes, but we'll see. None the wiser. Thank you for the gift of memberships. A few of you asked, Emily, did you do all that walking in heels? Early in my career, I did. And then I had a spinal fusion. And then I did not. Let me go take a look and see if I can find Alan Jackson's interview. JMR said, did she say it's arraigning men? I needed the joke. It's a heavy case. Where did... Yes, I did. Department. It's arraigning men. I appreciate it. So let me see real quick. Let me take a look and see if there's a quick video on this. And just for, just for completeness. Yes. Yes. So for completeness, let's see if there's a video from court. And yes, there. Of course, it's TMZ's video. Well, they always have somebody at the courthouses, so that does not surprise me. I'll just pull this up real quick. That I'm not shocked. This is the outside of CCB. This thumbnail is killing me with the arrow. Like, Alan. Yes, TMZ. Yes. Holy shit, that's loud. Apologies, chat. It was loud for me too. Wait. He did. I had forgotten that Alan had hired the Mr. Wolk from the Karen Reed case, but that looks like Mr. Wolk from the Karen Reed case coming down the steps. The street is right up here. You come down the steps to come into the front door of CCB. And just for orientation, for any of you that know LA, that's Hall of Records. We'll be back there in Hall of Justice across the street. But why doesn't Mr. Wolk get an arrow? Mr. Wolk! This is hilarious. The info arrow. Alan. Yes, yes. We're aware. That's so funny. Alan's like, where are the rest of you guys? Yes, there's cameras there. Alan is aware that there's cameras there. No, we want to see Mr. Wolk. For some of you who are saying, Ruby in the chat said, CCB has never looked so clean. It did rain a lot recently. That will help. Hello, Mr. Wolk. That is a fair bit of media. It's not the most media I've seen outside of this courthouse, actually. Why does it look like Steve Martin has become a member of the press? Am I chat? What is happening? It's uncanny, Steve. Look at this. Am I wrong? All of you saw, wait, where did you guys see Miss Little? Hold on. I don't think that's Miss Little. Unless she's elsewhere. I did not see her. That's the front door. And then the metal detectors. Well, that sure is that sure is Alan Jackson walking to court. So that is Alan Jackson walking to court. There is a brief press conference, I think from yesterday. We can take a look at that real quick. No, that was very loud. Let me pull that up on YouTube real quick, because we don't need to pull it up from the website. Let me grab that on YouTube. There's a brief press conference. We'll pull that up from yesterday. And that's what we're going to pull up. And then we will move on and talk about Courthouse Becky, because I really want to, and I'm sure you guys are ready to. There's not much more we can say. I will try to give another summary for all of you just popping in, but that is about it. Let's see if I can find that press conference real quick. There is so much media on this case. One question. Give me one sec. Let's see if I can find it. I see the shorts of the press conference. Can you just give me the press conference or no? Oh, there we go. Found it. Thank you, C-SPAN. And KABC. Thank you, KABC. All right. There we go. Emily, did you see this yesterday? No, I did not see this yesterday. This is from yesterday, but I did not see it yesterday. All right. We've got the audio gained up. Let's take a look at this press conference real quick for what is known, and then we will move on. Yeah? Yeah? Sounds good. All right, everybody. No! I'm being trolled. by my own soundboard. That was 100% my fault, not the soundboard. Don't blame the soundboard for the buttons you press, Emily. It's totally you.
Yeah, they wanted that.
Did you want it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to just move the closed
Good morning,
caption.
everybody. It's Captain Mike Land from Media Relations Division. As I discussed earlier with you guys, the chief has agreed to give you an update on the tragedy at the Reiner family home.
When the next time the chief agrees to give an update, can y'all like connect a microphone to something?
Just understand this is based on some updates of the tireless work of our investigators from last night and through tonight. We're still at the very early stages of this investigation, but again, Chief's prepared to answer any questions and give you a brief update. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Captain Bland. As
There it is. This is the briefing room. One would expect microphones.
he said, the information at this stage is still limited, but I'll share what we can. First of all, our hearts go out to the family and friends
Sir, I just have a question about what agency you were with before Los Angeles.
of the Reiners, a tragic incident. Yesterday at December 14th, about 3:40 in the afternoon, LAPD responded to a residence, the residence of Rob and Michele Reiner, located in West Los Angeles Division. At that location, they found 2 deceased adults, a male.
When he says West Los Angeles Division, it's because LAPD has numerous divisions. So that is the jurisdictional division that they're talking about.
And a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michele Reiner. We have our robbery homicide division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail. Pretty much that's what I can share at this point, but again, a very, very tragic incident.
Can you talk about, I know Deputy Hamilton talked about.
Thanks for the update, I guess. The reason law enforcement is referring to it as an incident is because A, this is their media relations team. B, there is a presumption of innocence. C, charges have not been filed. So he said they responded to the incident at the home. That is how they will refer to most things unless it's a fire and they say, responded to a fire. But incident is what they are going to refer to things as. When there are charges, they will say charges have been filed. He will be booked on, but not make a determination of what happened, because when the police chief says responded to the murder, it insinuates that they have already determined that that is what happened. And we see where that can go wrong down the road in other cases we've covered. So it was intentional in that they are being mindful of not making the determination about a crime versus saying that a person was booked and held for a crime. It is now no bail. I can't hear the media at all. It was originally a $4 million bail, and then it went to no bail, likely because of the charges. He said booked on murder. He did not say they responded to a murder. Booked on a murder is the charges that the individual was booked on. Responded to a murder is a judgment about what happened that they responded to, if that makes sense. I realize it seems like parsing. It's sometimes necessary parsing.
Yeah, we use search warrants to be able to further our investigation, as you know, on all of these cases. I wouldn't be in a position to talk specifically about what the object of the search warrant was, but it's a critical piece of our investigations to be able to ensure down the road a prosecution.
Sir, if you could tell us if there was a parked car, we'll be able to make this determination a little bit more clear. about whether or not you grew up in Mass. Thanks.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
That could have been a press release. That could have been a press release. Thanks, I guess. That could have been an email press release. But okay. So, though breaking news is not always what we cover here, I did receive a ton of questions about the murder of Rob and Michele Reiner. Emily, you just said there was parsing. I'm not the police chief, so I can make determinations. I'm just not going to say who did that because we are so far afield of that. But the Reiner's son was arrested and has been booked and is now being held no bail on murder charges. Those charges have not been filed yet by the district attorney's office. It is December 16th. It's Tuesday. I expect we'll see charges filed by the end of the day. However, Nick Reiner also was not transported to court today for arraignment. He was scheduled for arraignment today after a weekend arrest. He was not transported to court for arraignment today because he was medically not cleared to transport to court. So if the DA does not file charges today, could they have filed charges? Could they file charges tomorrow? They could. They might file it today either way and then bring him to court tomorrow if he is cleared for arraignment, or in the subsequent days, and he will be brought to court, told what the charges against him are. His attorney will make a formal appearance for the record. We saw attorney Alan Jackson appearing or going to the criminal courts building in downtown Los Angeles this morning. He confirmed that he is the retained attorney for Nick Reiner and that his client was not transported to court today and will not be arraigned today. I wouldn't be surprised if Alan Jackson knocked on the door at the district attorney's office and is like, hey, do we know who has this case assigned? And will you give me a call? So if the DA's office puts out any statements today or files charges today, which they may, I will let you know in the Law Nerd app at lawnerd.com. I'll just send you a message letting you know what the charges are, what that means, and what might happen next. So they can make a couple choices from here, including delaying the arraignment, doing medical or mental health evaluations, and other things. I imagine we will not have a ton more information as the police are probably very busy doing interviews. It seems that there was a fairly loud argument between victim Rob Reiner and his son, Nick Reiner, at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. The police are going to want less information of the media, lest it impacts the memory of those who saw that. The guests at Conan O'Brien's party, the police are going to want to interview all of them. If they are friends of the Reiners, I am sure they are also reeling from the I just saw them stunning nature of the discovery of who was arrested for it and of what that means that they literally just saw them. And so the more information that's in the media about it, the more that can lodge in your brain and impact the things that you saw. So a witness who might have seen a conversation might then characterize that conversation as an argument later after seeing news reports. So law enforcement is going to want to keep the news reports at a minimum until they've had a chance to do all of those interviews, which is going to take some time because, well, they're going to have to figure out who was at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. That is going to take some time. So it's just going to take time. It is a heartbreaking case. I will continue keeping an eye on it. I don't know if this is a case that will go to trial. We don't know what the charges are. There are a lot of circumstances here that we do not have full information on. There is going to be information that is accurate. There is going to be information in the public that is inaccurate. The thing that we know for a fact is that this is a horrific case. It is incredibly sad. It's horrible to see familial violence. It's horrible in all of the cases to see familial violence. And because there is a Hollywood component to it, there is going to be a lot of discussion of everything online. We are going to stick to the facts. When there are legal updates, I will update you on the facts as we know them so that we can follow along with what may be happening in court. When we know what division of the DA's office files this, whether it's major crimes or family violence, I will let you know. I am not going to cover all of the well wishes from the Reiners' friends and people that have worked with them. We can see those online. People are going to be heartbroken. But to me, it is very similar to the way that the community in Cohasset was devastated when Anna Walshe was, well, at that time missing, now confirmed by jury verdict to have been murdered. It is still a small community. Hollywood can feel like a small community because a lot of folks know each other. And then within the Southern California area, there's a lot of people. Movies involve a lot of people. Movies involve a lot of people. And there will be people impacted, not just the celebrities who you're going to see talking about it on the platform, but everyone from sound and lighting and costuming and writers and more. So it is beyond just the celebrities that you see who worked with him that are going to be shaken by this because of A, a large industry, but B, a small community. So it's just incredibly sad. But there's going to be a lot of noise around this case. It is okay. Emily gives you permission to turn it off. It is okay to stick to the facts. It is okay to stick to what is known. And sadly, it's okay to have to wait a little bit for the facts. It's lovely to see people's memories. But in that can always come things that, we don't always want to engage in online, all of the fuckery. It's okay to opt out of the fuckery. We will see the facts as this case goes forward in court. This case is going to go forward in court. It's sad. It's a really, really sad case. So if you want to watch Rob Reiner's movies over the weekend, it is a way to connect and to honor. If you choose to nope out of the bullshit online, nope out. Don't give it attention. Don't give it breath, because this is a tragic case. And no one wants to see it. No one wants to see this. Nobody wants to be in this circumstance where we are looking at familial violence and addiction, and the conversations around that are not always informed or helpful. And so it is okay to nope out of that kind of conversation. You are not less informed or less compassionate because you choose where to spend your energy. Okay? Good. We will cover the legal updates that are necessary. When there are legal facts, I will tell you the facts, but we're not going to cover it day in and day out. We're going to cover it when there's updates, okay? Yeah? Good. We good? You good? It's sad. Just sad. And heavy, especially after just on the heels of the Walshe case. Really, really, really sad. So hang in there. And it is okay to touch base on the compassion and the memories, because aside from it being an incredibly hard case, it's also someone whose work touched so many, and that can pull in a very different way. But remember, the faster information comes out, the more often that information has to be corrected. Which is why I tend to take my time, even when it's uncomfortable, to have to wait without knowing. But there's court process. So at some point we will know. Just feel confident. At some point we will know what's going to happen with this case. I can't tell you when that will be. Yeah? Okay. Law nerds, take a deep breath. It's hard. This is a sad one, but I saw so many questions about it. I was hoping to bring some grounded facts to the conversation, even though I don't regularly cover courses or cases that are so new in the news. Jennifer, this is incredibly kind. Thank you. Jennifer in the chat said, Emily, I can't thank you enough for saying what you just said about noping out. I choose to avoid seeing a comment I understand was horrible. I saw no point in making myself angry. Glad to be able to. Yes. And I know that, and what I have seen just from my life, my friends, and from getting to spend so much time with you wonderful law nerds, what I have seen is that a lot feel almost an obligation or responsibility or give themselves a hard time about choosing to disengage. You don't always get that choice in your life. There are things you cannot disengage from that you have to engage in, and you need to pick and choose where your energy goes for where you can choose to disengage and where you can't. If this is something that the law nerds can choose to engage with lightly and with facts, and I'll keep you up to date. I got you. But you can choose not to run down all of the rabbit hole on this, because at the end of the day, it is going to go to court. It is going to move through the court process. It is going to take some time, and there will be a resolution. Those things will happen. It's going to take time. So it is okay to wait, because you can preserve some of your energy here. It is not you being uninformed. It is you choosing where to spend your energy. You can't spend your energy on everything. You can't. And you can't, and you don't have to let things pull at your energy when it is not the right time. Especially with how much energy the holiday pulls already. And we just came out of a very heavy trial. It's okay to wait, because you can right now. We will find out more in the days, weeks, and months to come. And once we know who the DA is, we will wait and see. Right? Okay. Y'all, I will keep you posted in the Law Nerd app when there are updates on this case. But I would really like, and I would love it if you come with me, I would really like to go to South Carolina, to go back to Walterboro, and to talk about former clerk of court, Courthouse Becky. Can we switch gears? Can we just, hold on. Can we just shake it off for a second? Not actually with the song, because we can't, but can we just, yeah, just, it's fine. Just, ugh. It's fine to shake it off. Just a little bit so we can talk about Courthouse Becky. Can we just get up, law nerds. It's our movement music. Move, wiggle. It's all right. Heavy cases. We're going to reboot into, facts and fuckery. We need to reboot into both. Yes? All right. Better? Good. We need to reboot into both facts and fuckery to talk about former. Oh, and Bengalina, will you let the app know that we are moving on to talk about former clerk of court, Courthouse Becky? Because some of our app friends might have chosen to nope out from earlier topics and might want to yaz back in to this one. Thank you so much. Let's yaz back in. For those of you that have not followed the Murdaugh case along with me, don't worry. I'm gonna give you an overview, and then we are gonna go to court. Overview. During the Murdaugh trial, the clerk of court, Courthouse Becky, Beckaboo, Becky Hill, was seemingly illuminated with the attention that all of the nation's media descending on Walterboro, South Carolina had to offer. She was thrilled to be the center of attention. My view of all of this has been very changed with all of the information that came to light after the Murdaugh trial, including, I think it was Fitz News that did the FOIA request for all of Beckaboo's emails, and one of them to Nancy Grace, she signed XOXO Becky Boo. Yeah, that's for real. We covered it. So Clerk of Court Becky Hill was accused of the defense by Murdaugh's defense attorney, Poot et al., of interfering with the jury and of tampering with the jury. We're going to hear about that today. The tampering with the jury is a nuanced legal consideration that we will talk about more because Alec Murdaugh's appeal is being heard by the South Carolina Supreme Court. I have covered it a couple times. We will link all the Murdaugh stuff down below if you want to go take a look over the holidays. But the most simplistic version of the Supreme Court arguments is that there is a different federal standard and South Carolina standard for when a defendant gets a new trial when there is jury tampering from a state actor. And the standard in South Carolina versus the federal standard are different. The federal standard makes it a bit easier for the defendant to get a new trial. The South Carolina standard makes it a bit harder. South Carolina, it does not seem, have taken up this issue in a way where they can reevaluate the standard since the Supreme Court of the U.S. has changed their standard. So part of the way how law works is through case law. This is very fact-based. A case comes up, they say our prior law is this, our prior case law is this, and based on this case law and these facts, result is this. There are cases that go up to a Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, case is this, our case law said this, the other case law now says this, and we agree. And we are going to change the way that we see this in this case, and we are going to find this. Or they say, facts are this, federal case law is other thing, our case law is other thing, and we're going to keep doing it our way. Y'all do what you do. We're staying here. So South Carolina, I thought, would take this up because they have not taken this issue up in quite a while. I am not surprised that the Supreme Court is taking up the issue of jury tampering by a state actor, meaning not by somebody standing on the roadway with a sign screaming, Alec Murdaugh is guilty or whatever. Not someone who is a arm of the government. Becky is an elected official, was an elected official, a bailiff, someone on courthouse staff, someone on jail staff, someone who is connected to the state, not a rando, to pull back to other cases. So the argument from Alec Murdaugh's team is that Clerk of Court Becky tampered with the jury, therefore he should get a new trial. The other side of that argument is Clerk of Court former Becky Hill conversed with the jury, but it did not change their mind. The defense did not prove that jury tampering in a way that impacted their verdict occurred, and therefore they have not met their burden under the case law, and therefore no new trial. If South Carolina changes their standard, it becomes much more likely that Murdaugh could get a new trial. I said could. If they change their standard, then it becomes more possible that Murdaugh could get a new trial. South Carolina could change their standard and find that he still doesn't meet the new standard. That could also happen. We'll evaluate that when we go over his appeal early in the new year. South Carolina could also say, we're sticking with the standard that we have. Too bad, so sad. Because if they stick with the standard that they have, it is not probable that Murdaugh will be able to meet his burden based on everything we've seen. And we covered the hearings in front of former Chief Justice Toll of the South Carolina Supreme Court, who sat in on the case to hear the motion for a new trial and did interviews with all of the jury, and then had an oral argument, and then had Beckaboo testify. And then Beckaboo fucking lied to Justice Toll. And then got charged with perjury. Among all the ethical complaints. And we didn't even touch on the fact that she wrote a book, part of which was plagiarized. Admittedly, she apologized. That makes it all better. The book got pulled. She also wrote a book. She talked to jurors. The coverage of the hearing with Justice Toll is, well, no. The hearing with Justice Toll is wild. She gets up on the stand. Sort of tells you the whole truth. Elected official. Fucking lies. Wild. So she got charged with perjury and ethical violations. Miguelina, if you put a link to that hearing after we watch Beckaboo's guilty plea, that's what we're going to do next. Maybe we have to go back and watch the perjury just to refresh our recollections, I think. So Beckaboo was charged with perjury, among other things. We're going to hear about that because we're going to watch the plea in court. And then maybe we'll have to go back and revisit Justice Toll giving I don't believe you for a fucking second iconic realness. Emily, we're almost at 3 hours and we're going to watch 2 more hearings? Why not? Emily, aren't we getting up early for court tomorrow? Yeah. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So we're going to go to South Carolina. We are going to look at the hearing where Beckaboo trotted herself into court and pled guilty for the all of it. We're going to listen to what the prosecutors have to say. We're going to hear what Beckaboo has to say. We're going to hear what the court has to say. Me3124. Me3123. Me3124 in the chat said, what about her son? Her son is still pending wiretapping charges. So we're going to get there next. Let's go to court because we have not gotten to watch this hearing together. I wanted to watch this hearing with you. I watched some of it sped up so that when I sent out the notification in the Lawnerd app, we were in trial when this happened. When I sent out the notification in the Lawnerd app about Beckaboo's plea, I wanted to make sure that I had all the information for you. So I watched most of it sped up. I did not watch all of it because I also was like, I immediately want to watch this with the Lawnerds, but I also wanted to give you the best information about what happened. So we're going to go to court real quick.
Yes, sir.
No, Emily, pull the... We're going to go to court real quick. Same court we have seen before. I'm just going to pull the link up in my other browser so that we have it. And we're gonna go to court because I want to see it, you want to see it, we want to see it. Freaking Beckaboo. We're gonna fly. I think we need the miles today. We have been in Massachusetts so long. Brief stop in California, and now back to Emily. Really? You cut yourself off? I did. I cut myself off with my own stinger. Back to the East Coast, where it's a little cooler. How do you pack for this? I don't know. You just make it work. You just make it work. Let me pull this up full screen and get this queued up to Miss Hill coming into court. I'm glad that there were cameras in court, but I wanted to watch this with y'all. I hope you do too. I hope you feel the same way. I feel like you probably do. But there's Becky Hill sitting in court. Sure is. Closed captioning is wild. Closed captioning was just like snorts. I don't know what they mean by snorts.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. We're here today on State versus Mary Rebecca Hill. I've got the indictments and Senate sheets prepared for Your Honor along
Same courtroom.
with a waiver from Richland County and a waiver also from Colleton County. There's 4 separate charges. 3 of them come out of Colleton County. There's 2 misconducts, misconduct in office.
I don't think I've ever seen a courtroom with its own big old Christmas tree in it like that. Ever. It's wild.
Those being indictments 2025 GS 15, 289, and 290. For the record, Your Honor, those were indicted under the common law, but we've agreed to proceed on the statute. They're both misdemeanors.
Things were charged in separate counties. They agreed to go forward in Colleton County for the plea, but things were in different counties.
And so technically, those would be waivers. And then the obstruction of justice, that's also out of Colleton County. That's a 10-year misdemeanor. And then the perjury out of Richland County, it's a 5-year felony. Other than what I've just mentioned, there's been no other deals. There's no recommendations, no negotiations as to sentence.
Okay. All right.
The prosecutor told the court there's no deals.
Mr. Clark, will you please?
There's no negotiations. There's no recommendations. What does that mean to us? It means that former clerk of court Becky Hill is going into court to plea open to the court to all of the things she was charged with and ask the court for sentencing. The prosecution did not agree. She has the right to go to court and ask for that. And so that's what she is doing. Actually, let me put my court replay up here since this happened a week and a half ago. All right, let's put that up. That makes it easier. So she is pleading open to the court.
Clear, Ms. Hill.
Raise your right hand. Place your left hand on the Bible. State your name, please.
Hope it doesn't catch fire.
Mary Rebecca Hill.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth in the court today? So you got it.
I do.
State your full name, spell your last, please.
Not all courts have you put your hand on the Bible anymore. It's South Carolina. I've never seen California even have a Bible in court, but no, not all jurisdictions require you to put your hand on the Bible in court. Some jurisdictions do. It just depends on the history of the courts and their traditions.
Mary Rebecca Hill, Hill.
All right, Mr. Lewis, have you explained the nature and elements of...
You sound way too happy to be pleading guilty.
of the charges, potential punishment, as well as Ms. Hill's constitutional rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have smoke for public officials that abuse their office. I have more smoke for people who fuck with juries. I am not happy at all with the actions of Clerk of Court Hill, former, at all. So much rage. These are not violent crimes. It does not make them less abhorrent because A, it's abuse of a position of power, and B, it strikes at the heart of the system that you became a member of to protect. And C, though more murder charges for Murdaugh, you're still abusing your position. You're not in here being all, oh, I'm better than him. If he ends up with a new trial because of you, which is still a very real possibility, and you were giving yourself bonuses out of funds that were meant for child support. So much smoke.
Have you explained to her her right to have these cases submitted to the Richland County and Colleton County grand juries?
I have, Your Honor.
You believe she understands the charges, potential punishment, as well as her rights?
I do, Your Honor.
And have you discussed with her her right to have the Richland County case heard in Richland County and the Colleton County cases heard in Colleton County?
Yes, Your Honor, we waived jurisdiction earlier.
Okay.
I also miss the judge from the Murdaugh case. Same chair.
Yes, I'm agree to have
Different
her here
vibe.
in Colleton County.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you Miss Hill,
Yes, sir.
how old are you?
58,
How far did you go in school?
high school.
Old enough to know better, Your Honor.
What do you do for a living?
Nothing now. I was an elected official. And then I fucked it all up. No, I'm going to let her answer.
Now I'm currently retired.
Yeah, I bet.
Married?
Yes, sir.
I mean, do you have any children?
I have 2 children.
Do you suffer from any
When's your son going to trial?
physical or mental condition that would prevent you from understanding what we're doing today?
No, Your
Have
Honor.
you consumed any alcohol, drugs, or other medication that would impair your ability to understand what we're doing today?
No, Your Honor.
You understand this plea is taking place here in Calhoun County, and you have the right to have both of or 3 of the charges heard in Colleton County and 1 heard in Richland County.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you agree to waive that, and you want me to hear it here today.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you enter a guilty plea, you give up important constitutional rights. Those include your right to remain silent, not be compelled to testify against yourself. You also have a right to a jury trial where the state would have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In the event you exercise your right to a trial, you have the right to have Mr. Lewis cross-examine and confront witnesses against you and compel witnesses to appear and testify
The court's giving all of the pre-plea waivers. So that's what the court is doing.
on your behalf. You also have the right to have these 3 of the charges presented to the Colleton County grand jury, 1 of them presented to the Richland County grand jury, where in each of those cases, 12 of 18 grand jurors will determine whether or not the case goes forward. Finally, you have a right to present certain defenses which you waive or give up when you plead guilty. You understand all those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand the rights I've explained to you. Do you wish to plead guilty and give up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that was the waivers.
And you're pleading guilty to 2 counts of misconduct in office, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hubbard's reigns is not on here.
It's 1 year and a fine of up to $1,000. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did not put that on any of the Senate sheets.
And the obstruction of justice,
Carries up to 10 years.
up to 10, and perjury is 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Obstruction of justice up to 10 years. Perjury up to 5 years. The misuse of her official duties are both misdemeanors.
Ms. Hill, you understand the potential sentences in each of those cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, do you fully understand the nature of the charges against you and the range of possible punishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the manner in which Mr. Lewis has advised and represented you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to review all the evidence against you and discuss it with Mr. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need any more time to speak with him?
No, sir, I don't.
You believe he's done everything for you that he could have or should have done?
Yes, Your
Are
Honor.
you completely satisfied with his services?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything or threatened you in any manner to get you to plead guilty here today?
No, Your Honor.
You understand you got 10 days from today's date to appeal your guilty plea and my sentence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding the nature of the charges and the consequences of a guilty plea, how do you plead here today?
I plead guilty, Your
To
Honor.
all 4 charges?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about it, Ms. Coder.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'd like to begin, if I would, explaining why I'm here. This was an Attorney General's case. This is not a conflict case, but Attorney General Alan Wilson wanted to bring me in as a fresh set of eyes.
So they took the guilty plea, and now the prosecutor is going to make a whole record about why this prosecutor is here. Your Honor, let me tell you why I'm here. This was an Alan Wilson case, the state attorney general. I am not with the state attorney general's office. I was brought in independent of the attorney general's office because. Emily, why? Because the state attorney general's office prosecuted Alec Murdaugh. If the state attorney general's office turns around and prosecutes Becky Hill, former clerk of court, for jury tampering, and then goes into court in the Murdaugh case and says he doesn't get a new trial, there was no jury tampering, do we see the issue? We got some estoppel going on. You can't, in one case, prosecute someone for jury tampering, and in another case say there was no jury tampering. So it raises the question, well, can we be sure that the state prosecutor's office would, or the attorney general's office, would choose to evaluate and prosecute Becky Hill for jury tampering? Or are there concerns, or could there be concerns, or could there be an appearance of impropriety if they choose to or not to prosecute her for jury tampering? Because if Alan Wilson, Alan Wilson, not nearly as many Brians. Emily, it's only like 2 Allens. But if you are with Alan Wilson's office and you don't prosecute Becky Hill for jury tampering, could there be an appearance of impropriety that the reason you're not prosecuting her for jury tampering is because you want to preserve the Murdaugh conviction? And could that be a possible appearance of impropriety? The prosecutor said, look, there's not a conflict here, but I can see where an attorney, especially a state's attorney, might say, look, bring in somebody outside who's not involved with any of this and let them decide. Let them decide what they're going to prosecute her for. Let them decide how the case moves forward. Keep our office out of it. Our office is handling the Murdaugh stuff. Someone else needs to handle the Becky Hill stuff. So the prosecutor's making a record of why the prosecutor was brought in, independent from the attorney general's office. However, they're all still in South Carolina, and all of us can see plain as day, if you try to prosecute clerk of court Becky Hill for jury tampering, it creates a much larger problem in the Murdaugh case. Doesn't it? And they did not prosecute her for jury tampering. They prosecuted her for obstruction of justice, for perjury, so lying, and fucking with the money and her office. So, continuing on, we're going to hear from the prosecutor. But that's why the prosecutor is making a record of, how did I get here? Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. That's why we're here.
Let me build up my prosecution team. Gave me the benefit of Ben Affleck, one of his appellate lawyers.
He did not say Ben Affleck. He did not say Ben Affleck. No.
I do have the letter where he
didn't say Jen Affleck either. Apparently they're related. I'm teasing. That is a real... Sorry, chat, for all of you that are like, Emily, what? Secret Lies of Mormon Wives joke. Don't worry about it. It's not you, it's me. He didn't say Ben Affleck.
Designated me to handle this case with my team. It's dated July 10th of 2024. I'd like to make that a court's exhibit.
And I guess maybe we should explain as well why I'm here. I was appointed by the Chief Justice with exclusive jurisdiction over this case.
So the court's also making a record saying, okay, well, while we're making a record about how we all got here, also, I think this is the first time I've noticed that the jury box also has glorious blue chairs. I like a blue chair. It's the first time because there's always a jury in the jury box. Those look like the most comfortable jury chairs I think I've ever seen. All the other jury boxes look super terrible and really uncomfortable. Some of the ones in California, you guys. There's a courthouse. There's a couple courthouses that have this issue, but there are some courtrooms that I've worked in where when you see the jury chairs, there are like discolorations on the back of the wall from where jurors rest their heads. You walk into court and have a visceral reaction to it. It's like, ugh. There are some of those jury chairs that I've been like, you are not making me sit on that. You. But yes, you, yeah. From where you, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is lovely. These chairs are lovely. But the judge is also saying, I was also appointed because I am not involved in any of this. So they brought in a judge that's not involved with any of this. They brought in prosecutors that aren't involved in any of this. They brought in people from all outside.
To hear it anywhere in the state because by Chief Justice Kittredge's order, so I guess that would explain that as well. So go ahead.
And thank you for having us here, Your Honor. I mean, for us, in talking with the defense, it wasn't important where we handled this, just as long as it was handled. But, Your Honor, the authority given to me specifically, both in the letter and vocally to me, was for me to lead my team and for me to make that decision whether there's anything to prosecute, and if there was, to proceed on it. I had carte blanche authority to proceed as I saw fit. So the team I have my deputy solicitor, Suzanne Mays, who's got 30 plus years in, Bruce Norton from my office, an assistant solicitor, and again, I've mentioned Ben Applin with the AG's office, and frankly, I'd love to have an appellate lawyer on every case I prosecute, so it's been great.
That is a massive prosecution team for a perjury case, but I thought it was important to follow up on this because a lot of the time I get asked, well, what about perjury? Aren't they charging anybody with perjury? They don't do it a lot. It has to be pretty clear when they do. I've tried a perjury case, which is a unique experience as a prosecutor because perjury does not get prosecuted to trial all that much. But this is a massive prosecution team to deal with Beckaboo. Like, lordy, this is a lot of attorneys.
Great having him. And I got my staff. I've got Lauren Bigger staff, who's my paralegal, and I've had 2 investigators on this case. I've got Jane.
I've seen murder cases less well staffed. You have paralegals too? You've got an appellate lawyer, like 3 district attorneys, 2 investigators, and a paralegal? How do you? Okay.
Sully Sullivan and John Bishop from my office. So this was a collaborative effort. This is how we approach our cases.
With everybody, apparently.
Was to simply look through the massive investigations that were conducted here and to see what, if anything, rose to the level of a crime.
1.
And if something did, could we prosecute it successfully and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? There's 2 separate investigations, generally speaking. There was SLED, but also the State Ethics Commission. Each independently had investigations into Ms. Hill's conduct.
I will link below where I covered the ethics complaints. The T is in the ethics complaints. So if you are thinking to yourself, you know what I need over the holidays when Emily's not streaming as much next week? I need Emily losing her mind over this woman spending state taxpayer money to throw baby showers. We'll link it down below.
Those investigations overlap to some extent. The ethics investigation began July of 2023. Two separate complaints came in concerning Ms. Hill about potential misconduct during her tenure as clerk of court. These investigations by the Ethics Commission uncovered what they believe to be numerous instances of ethical violations, and our job was to review those findings and see what, if anything, rose to the level of a criminal offense. The SLED investigation began January 5th of 2024 into potential criminal misconduct, again, for Ms. Hill, involving both money matters, but also issues arising out of the trial of State versus Murdoch. What we did is we met with all of the SLED investigators and with the investigators from the State Ethics Commission. We reviewed all their reports, including their interviews, their audio interviews, their video interviews. Some instances we asked for additional information so we could have some clarity on issues. And our focus again was what appears to rise to the level of a crime, and can we prove it in a court of law beyond reasonable doubt? I'm a firm believer that if I can't prove something in court, I'm wasting my time bringing a charge.
Well, we wish everybody felt that way, but you're going a long way to make a record about what you didn't do, it sounds like. But yeah, if you can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't bring it. That's the filing standard. 100.
Our review resulted in 4 separate charges, the ones that are before you: 2 counts of misconduct in office, an obstruction of justice, and a perjury charge. Beginning with the first misconduct in office, which is indictment 289.
I will make a Becky Hill playlist. I think I had put it all with the after Murdaugh, but later today I will go through and make a playlist just with the main videos about her stuff. There, of course, there will be some stuff that's interwoven into other videos, but I will make a playlist about just separating it out from the Murdaugh so you can find just those videos that aren't all Murdaugh-y. Sure. 100% chat. Can do. Honestly, Miguelina will probably have it done before I'm done streaming. So when I say I'll do it, it'll probably be done before I'm even done, to be honest.
That deals with money, and frankly, Title 4D money and some other county money out of Colleton County, and where Ms. Hill gave herself bonuses. As you know, Title 4D money is a program, a federal program, and it's created to help families.
Chat, for those of you that didn't follow this one closely with Becky Hill, just take a listen about where she was paying herself bonuses from. They're going to talk about the money, the federal money that was given to South Carolina and what it's for, and what she made it for was to pay herself. Yep.
That deals with money, and frankly, Title 4D money and some other county money out of Colleton County, and where Ms. Hill gave herself bonuses. As you know, Title 4D money is a program, a federal program, and it's created to help families get assistance with child support. It has an enforcement mechanism where a clerk of court can augment the salary of her employees for that enforcement process. And technically it's supposed to be, you give them a percentage of money based on the percentage of work. The money she was providing was styled as a bonus. I didn't have an issue with that, but the issue we did have is that she gave herself this money as well.
So just to break that down a little bit more, there is money from the federal government to the state to not just help supplement families with child support, but to help enforce child support. What does that mean? It means someone's been ordered to pay child support they're not paying, and it is money that is allotted to compensate those that are tracking down the unpaid child support and to help families that are not being paid the child support that they are entitled to. So it is two things. So if someone's assisting with the enforcement action, they can get paid for the time they are putting in to do that in addition to their other job duties. Makes sense. And also to supplement the families that are entitled to child support and not getting it. But instead of doing those two lawful things, what Beckaboo did was write herself a bonus. She was not the one that was helping with the enforcement. She just wrote herself out a little bonus. How is that different than Alec Murdaugh stealing from his clients? Other than the money comes from the government, not the people who injured the clients. Because basically same. You know, at least cousins.
In your honor, we believe that as an elected official, you cannot augment your salary. It goes directly.
As an elected official, you cannot augment your salary. I have a lot of thoughts about this. I'm going to keep those to myself for today. But yes, and also yes, you don't get to just write yourself bonuses out of money that's meant to go to families that aren't getting their child support. The fuck?
To the statute that she's indicted under and to the common law as well, you cannot monetarily benefit from your elected position.
Yeah, you get paid.
And so
that's it.
over a period of September 1st, 2021 through March 5th,
you get paid to do your job. And then, Beckaboo, because we saw your emails, you were also trying to trade favors with individuals to get them a better seat at the Murdaugh case and to gatekeep or doorkeep who got seats in the Murdaugh case and which members of the media you were going to be friends with. And you inserted yourself into the trip when the jurors went to be on Good Morning America or whatever and decided that you were going to go with them too. Because you had to travel with the jurors. I have never seen a clerk of court travel with jurors for an interview on a national morning television show. And because we saw the emails, you were giving out the jurors' contact information to the outlets of the media so you could broker access to the jurors. No, you didn't get paid for that, but you sure did get a whole bunch of attention, didn't you? Oh, and then you had your daughter out performing music, I believe, with like an open guitar case to the members of the media who were Venmoing your daughter.
of 2024.
There's more, but I'll stop.
She awarded herself a total of $9,880 in bonuses entitled
$9,880 in bonuses from the child support funds. You heard that correctly.
4D money. In addition, she awarded herself $2,000 in bonus money from her clerk fund, her Colleton County Clerk of Court's office funds. We believe all that was inappropriate because that augmented her salary. The total restitution for that is $11,880. And talking to the defense, they do have a check prepared today to pay that amount back. And it's to Colleton County. Colleton County will then put it in the proper accounts. As to the other misconduct charge, June 7th of 2023, Ms. Hill used her official position as...
That was one of the misconduct charges. Here's the second one. That was one. One was the money. Two for the show. You let me know after you hear what he says.
Clerk of Court to promote her book, Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders. She filmed a video promoting her book in her office with her nameplate, Clerk of Court. She clearly used the trappings of her office in this video to promote her book. There was one purpose of the video: to sell books. The video was then published through the Walterboro Chamber of Commerce's official YouTube channel.
Oh, I tried to find it. Couldn't find that video anywhere. I tried. No, couldn't find it.
To put that information out there to advertise her book. Again,
For all of you who have a copy of her book, keep it. It was taken out of print swiftly. So hold on to that.
the theory behind this is the same as the first misconduct charge, that she was using her office to make money, and you can't do that. Those both charges arose initially out of the State Ethics Commission's investigations. There was overlap with the SLED investigations. Turning to the SLED investigations, the primary one that we ended up focusing on was what we've now got as obstruction of justice, which is the 10-year misdemeanor charge under the common law.
I have never seen a jurisdiction with a 10-year misdemeanor charge. That's the wildest shit. If it's a misdemeanor, why 10 years? It's fucking wild. Just felony. If 10 years is appropriate, it's a felony. But okay.
While serving as clerk of court during the trial of State v. Murdoch, she provided unauthorized individuals with access to sealed exhibits in violation of a written order from the judge, Judge Newman, but also...
You heard that correctly, chat. She provided, this is part of what she lied to Justice Toll about. She provided unauthorized access to sealed exhibits in violation of Judge Newman's order. Who fucks with Judge Newman? Emily, the same person who just bonuses herself out of the child support funds, obviously. Who fucks with Judge Newman and then lies to Justice Toll about it? These sealed exhibits were photos of the victims. So also, where's the dignity for the victims? Where's the integrity in your elected position? And if all of those things fail, who violates Judge Newman's orders? He's just lovely. I want Judge Newman to call her up and tell her how disappointed he is, because I feel like that would be something that might stick with her. I need Judge Newman to give her the statement that he gave to Murdaugh so that she feels it in her bones.
In violation of her duties as clerk of court. Specifically, January the 14th of 2024, SLED was advised that there were several graphic crime scene photos that were designated as sealed exhibits during that trial, and they had been released improperly. SLED also received photos of text messages containing pictures of these sealed exhibits. The contents of the photos indicated they...
Say what? They didn't accidentally see them in court then. The sealed exhibits didn't accidentally get shuffled. Text messages with graphic crime scene photos? Text messages? Fucking text messages. It's giving Proctor is what it's giving. I am not saying that that's in Proctor's text messages. I am only saying that I would not be surprised. I do not know that at all. But text messaging inappropriate shit in your official capacity is what I am referencing. Yes, yes. Text messages. For some of you coming in are like, why is the prosecutor saying all of this in the Becky Hill case? Because she's pleading guilty open to the court. The court gets to decide the sentence. And the prosecutor is saying, Your Honor, this is what the case is about. The judge doesn't know what the case is about. The judge is a referee. The judge has to wait until they tell the judge what it's about. The judge doesn't have police reports. The judge doesn't have anything in writing. The judge doesn't have any information until they tell the court what's happening. So how can the court pronounce sentence when the court doesn't know the facts? So this is the prosecutor telling the judge, hey, this is all the shit.
SLED was advised that there were several graphic crime
I backed it
scene
up a little.
photos
That's
that
wild.
were designated as sealed exhibits during that trial, and they had been released improperly. SLED also received photos of text messages containing pictures of these sealed exhibits. The contents of the photos indicated they had been taken inside the Colleton County Courthouse. The investigation established that the photographs of the sealed exhibits were posted on Twitter after a member of the media shared the photos with personal acquaintance.
Really? They're lucky there's no one left to sue them, because Colleton County could be sued the way LA County was. Vanessa Bryant sued LA County successfully for millions over the photos of Kobe Bryant and their daughter. Millions. So a member of the media had access to sealed exhibits and was showing them to personal friends. And then that person said, you know what we need to do? We need to put them on social. Buster could sue. Yeah, Buster would have standing to sue. I don't know where the statute of limitations is on that, but Buster would have right to sue. Maggie's family might also have standing to sue. But LA County paid millions in that. And then for somebody to show a friend and be like, look at these graphic crime scene photos, and then for that person to go put them on Twitter. Becky did that.
The metadata of those photos, as Your Honor knows, in the digital age, you don't just have a photo, but we can tell where it was made, when it was made. The metadata from the pictures of the sealed exhibits showed the photographs were taken on February the 28th, 2023 at 7:49 p.m. inside the Colleton County Courthouse.
So an iPhone then. 7:49 p.m. 7:49 p.m. What, Becca Boo, you giving private tours of the evidence in a murder trial at almost 8 o'clock at night?
During the trial of State versus Murdoch. In fact,
Girl.
it was after hours, so there was no business going
No
on
shit.
at the courthouse. The security.
We're going to have to watch what she said to Justice Told, because didn't she tell Justice Told, oh, it might have just not gotten into the sealed folder and the media can look at the photos at the end of the day and they might have just been flipping through them and looking at it.
The card and access log showed that this little security card was the one that allowed access to the secured area where the photographs were taken, and that access card showed she was there from 7:46 p.m. to 8:06 p.m. So it puts her there at the time these sealed exhibits were photographed. The same photographs were then placed on Twitter and shared with others. An interview with a member of the media who admitted being present at.
So she came back to the courthouse under the cover of darkness to swipe into the secured evidence area to show the media crime scene photos? Yeah, Chad, I think we're at mordacity at a minimum. I'm going to lose my mind though. I mean, I don't know if her behavior is fuckery, but she is pleading guilty because she actually got prosecuted for it, and the getting prosecuted for it part is appropriate. But the behavior, I think we have to just go with audacity first. I do. I do. We're going to hear about what the interview with the media said. For those of you who are like, what about the media? My smoke for the media is different than my smoke for Becca Boo. The media defaults to ask for everything, push for everything, get everything that you can. That is their default setting. Push for access to everything. The gatekeepers literally are supposed to say, this is what you can see, and this is not what you can see. You cannot see this. Her elected job is to stop this from happening. The media is doing their job. I don't think showing around crime scene photos to a friend who's going to put them on Twitter is an ethical or appropriate thing to do. I think it is morally reprehensible. It is not illegal for the media to push for access. It is illegal and an abusive position for Becky Hill to do it. So the reprehensible behavior vis-a-vis the illegal behavior, the media can't put that shit out if she doesn't swipe them in and give them access to it. Becca Boo is trying to be everybody's bestie. She just wants them to be like, oh my God, Becky, you're so great. Thanks, girl. Love you. Sorry, that was visceral. Code Green, you asked for audacity. Audacity is granted. Yes. I'll see if I can change my, it is the ultimate clout circus, chat. Talk about a menace in the hallways. She didn't even have to punch anybody to be a menace in the hallways. I'm going to just stop that sentence there. We're going to Code Green. It is not green enough, but that's because there's daylight outside. All right, let's continue with what the media said in their interview, because this is all new information to me.
The time acknowledged that Ms. Hill provided multiple members of the media with unrestricted access
Oh, it
to
gets
evidence
worse.
from the Murdoch trial, including those sealed exhibits.
Of the victims. Sealed exhibits of the victims.
Obviously,
Multiple
these were
members.
photos that the jury was going to see or had, were presented in court, but the judge was obviously very concerned about the public seeing them and any type of influence that it might have on the jury. There's nothing in the investigation that shows that any juror members were affected by this. But obviously, it's a serious charge, violated a judge order, but also it threatened the integrity of the trial itself.
Yeah.
The perjury charge
Her integrity is gone.
That's a 5-year felony.
The perjury charge is a felony. It's a 5-year felony. It's just reprehensible behavior. Truly.
January 29th of 2024, Ms. Hill was called to testify in a hearing before former Chief Justice Jean Toll regarding allegations of improper jury contact during the Murdoch trial.
Yep. And the photos.
While being questioned under oath, there was an issue of some photos that were sealed that improperly got out into the public.
The aforementioned photos came up at the hearing.
It turned out that those had not been sealed. It was a mistake. But what Justice Toll did is she then questioned Ms. Hill specifically about those sealed exhibits. She asked, quote, "Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view the sealed exhibits?" And this is under oath, and Ms. Hill's response was no, ma'am. Later during the same line of questioning, Judge Toll asked, quote, "Were any press people ever allowed to view exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?" And again, Ms. Hill's answer under oath was no, ma'am. That constitutes perjury, and that's the basis for that.
Felony fucking lying. No, ma'am. Did you forget about your swipe card?
charge, Your Honor. These investigations covered a wide variety of actions, a number of them that we looked at, but we didn't believe we had enough evidence to proceed on, including allegations of wiretapping. The court may know that.
Yes, chat, you heard him correctly. He said allegations of wiretapping. Her son, the IT director for the county, is still pending trial or resolution on the wiretapping charges, her adult son. So there was a question about whether she was involved in the wiretapping. That's what this is about.
That Ms. Hill's son, Jeffrey Hill, right now has pending charges for wiretapping. He served as IT director for Colleton County at the same time she was clerk of court. So when they were investigating that complaint, SLED was also looking at Ms. Hill to see if she was part of that wiretapping. This was back in 2023, as I said. Ms. Hill, being subject to that investigation, there was never evidence that she had knowledge. That's something I would have to proceed forward. It appeared clear that she had information from.
Girl, we know you know. However, girl, we know you know is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's vibes. Cannot prosecute on vibes. Listen to what he's starting to say, because this tracks with what we saw in some of the ethical complaints, that the information from the wiretapping was given to her. The son was wiretapping, and the information from the wiretapping went to Beckaboo. Why was he creeping then? If not to give her the information. However, does she know that's how he got the information for sure? And how do you prove it? Sir, did you check all of her emails and text messages? Got questions?
Investigation, there was never evidence that she had knowledge. That's something I would have to proceed forward. It appeared clear that she had information from her son that we know he gleaned from wiretapping. But we had no evidence to link her and show knowledge of wiretapping. And Your Honor knows that would be a fatal charge. There would be a directed verdict. If I did indict and try to proceed, I could not prove that. The other issue we looked at was improper jury contact, which was the basis of Justice Hull's hearing. Of course.
And is going up to the Supreme Court of South Carolina because the improper jury contact is a big deal. I'm very curious what the record is about the improper jury contact.
Our standard of review is very different from the one the court will take. For us, we were looking at, did action take place that arose to the level of a crime? And if there was action there, could we prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? It's the way we approach everything. That's what we do as prosecutors. Specifically, there were 3 jurors who...
Chat, we have to just chat for 30 seconds because I just looked at the clock as Miguelina was, we were passing production notes. Remember earlier in stream when I said there's no way we'll still be live when the DA's press conference happens? That's in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. So I'm going to put up a poll. I think when we finish here, we jump over to that. Mods, would that be fine with you? Do we just, yeah? When it starts? Because it's like 10 minutes. Right? Because it was supposed to be at 4 Eastern. I'll keep an eye on when it starts and we'll hop over. We'll hop back to this, but I'll hop over when it's time. All of you are just like, yes, I'm not even putting up a poll. Okay. Chat agrees. Sure. We will skip back to that. We're going to keep an eye. We'll fly back to LA, but we're going to let this roll until we roll back to LA. And then Miguelina, when we switch to the press conference, if you want to let the app know. Just let the app know. Apparently today we're just streaming for the day. We're just like, we were supposed to be in trial. We have the time set aside. What are we supposed to do with our lives? So we'll check that out together. And Miguelina, when we switch over, we'll let the app know. All right. Awesome. Thanks, chat. How did it get so late? No wonder I'm hungry. I'm like, I'm hungry. What do I have on my desk? Stroop waffles. Because it's almost 3 o'clock. That's why.
Allege this improper contact. I'll just refer to them by numbers because right now, the only person I'm focused on, and the authority I have to focus on, is Ms. Hill. But juror number 630, who actually served on the jury and rendered a verdict on that case, was one of those. Juror 785, who was removed by Judge Newman during the course of the trial before deliberations.
The egg juror.
Removed her for the purpose of improperly discussing the case with others before the deliberation began. And the final juror that brought an allegation was juror 741, who served as an alternate and did not participate in the verdict. These 3 jurors, particularly 785 and 630, have given multiple and different accounts of Ms. Hill's conduct. All of them have their own variation of what they say happened, and all of them, at least in post-interview specifically 785 and 630, have changed somewhat in what they have said. None of them brought these issues up before the court at the time. This information came out after defense attorneys for Mr. Murdaugh were looking and talking to jurors, nothing improper on their part, they have a right to do that, just at various issues they were looking at.
And we saw all the hearings of that. It is still the issue of appeals in the Murdaugh case.
These inconsistencies that we have, particularly we have affidavits, but like one affidavit from 630 says her vote, the pressure she felt was from other jurors. She makes allegations about Ms. Hill's conduct, but that her vote was basically the pressure she felt from other jurors. That has since changed. As Your Honor knows, if I were to prosecute this case, all 3 of these jurors would be my key witnesses. And the inconsistencies would be insurmountable if I proceeded forward. In addition, what SLED did is they interviewed the remaining 11 jurors. None of them corroborate these 3 jurors. One juror out of that whole bunch said something about, Ms. Hill said something.
He's making a record about why they did not pursue the jury tampering and making a fairly thorough record about why they did not pursue the jury tampering.
About the defendant's demeanor, but in his statement to SLED, he said, I didn't know what she was talking about. My vote was my vote. It was based on the evidence. So there was nothing to really go on with that juror. Otherwise, all of them denied everything that was said in the back room by Ms. Hill. Many of them said she was very professional when she was back there, and she only talked about the things that were the judge had sent her back there.
I was just trying to get ready for the press conference next. I wasn't
so
trying to change it.
I would be facing a trial with 11 witnesses on a jury coming in to say everything the state is saying is not true. In addition, Your Honor, when Justice told...
You really don't want to be in the position where 11 jurors come in and say, no, that didn't happen. That would be difficult.
...had her hearing in Columbia on jury misconduct or Ms. Hill's improper contact with the jurors, she also interviewed each of those 11 jurors under oath. And again, they all reiterated that
Justice told
they
it.
didn't
We
hear anything
covered that too.
and that it didn't affect their vote. The court has a different standard, obviously, and I know there's appellate issues in Murdaugh. That's not my concern. My only and sole concern was what evidence do we have? And then can I prove it in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt? And the answer is, frankly, I don't know that I have enough based on what we have to even get an indictment. But I do know this based on my 35 years experience and the collective experience of the team we have. We could not get a conviction because we cannot
You'd probably get an indictment. I don't think you'd get a conviction, but you'd probably get an indictment. Let's be real.
prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. Your Honor, those were the major issues we looked at. As Ms. Hill pleads today, she has no record. Again, other than the misconduct charges being from common law to statute, there are no recommendations or negotiations as to the sentence.
Chat has recommendations, but it is what it is.
All right, Ms. Hill, do you substantially agree with the facts that the solicitor just told me?
Yes, Your Honor.
I find there's a substantial factual basis for the decision to plead guilty. I find that her decision to plead guilty is freely, voluntarily, and knowingly made. Ms. Hill understands she's giving up important constitutional rights by pleading guilty, and she has had advice and counsel from a competent attorney with whom she says she's satisfied. Mr. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor. I do want to address just a couple things regarding sentencing.
Ma'am, sit down. It's my turn. Sit down. It's my turn. It's my turn to lawfully lawyer. Also, I told you all that I got a kettle. The kettle is going on so I can make tea because we're pending press conference in the Reiner case. We are going to finish. Well, we'll see if we finish this. If not, we'll. I mean, we're just having a trial day essentially. So I'm gonna make some tea. So if you hear it in the background, that's why.
And I know Your Honor's familiar with everything that's laid out by Solicitor Hubbard. First and foremost, Ms. Hill's coming here accepting responsibility from day one. I think Solicitor Hubbard and the Attorney General would agree in all of those investigations that were discussed from day one, Ms. Hill has cooperated. And in every court.
Your Honor, the integrity that after she got caught, she came in here and took responsibility. I mean, she lied to former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Toll under oath in court. But once she got arrested, sir, once she got arrested, she took responsibility. Okay.
That I've been in, cooperation results in a benefit for the defendant. But I would be remiss if I did not talk about what Ms. Hill is not pleading guilty to. Okay, and Solicitor Hubbard hit this a little bit, but frankly, for the benefit of a lot of people watching, for the last few years, the allegations about Ms. Hill, whether
Sir, be glad that the chat has a no name calling rule and we just had to deal with Brian Walshe and we've all recalibrated ourselves to no name calling. Tell me more about what poor Beckaboo has had to deal with over the last few years. Did the internet say mean things about her bonusing herself out of the child support funds after she admitted to plagiarizing part of her book? After she talked to jurors? Hold on, chat. I couldn't reach my violin. I am. Okay, sir. We're prepared now. We're ready. Go ahead. Tell us about.
Okay,
I'll let you
Solicitor
finish.
Hubbard hit this a little bit, but frankly, for the benefit of a lot of people watching, for the last few years, the allegations about Ms. Hill, whether it be jury tampering or wiretapping, that's not why we're here. That is not for consideration for Your Honor. And that is not what she's accepting responsibility for. She's accepting responsibility for what she did. And it was serious crimes and serious misconduct, and that's why she's here. But when we get rid of the noise surrounding this, we actually look at the conduct.
Is my favorite than your favorite movie, Counselor? Your Honor, when we get rid of the noise, it's identical. Your Honor. Don't worry about what are we doing? We get rid of the noise, sir. Oh boy. I look, y'all, the line between court and theater. You know, I feel like a lot of lawyers are just theater kids whose parents yelled at them that they had to go to grad school. You know, they had to do something else.
In front of Your Honor. And Your Honor, I'm a product of federal court predominantly. That's kind of how I think about these sentencing issues. And I think about the three goals of sentencing.
The feds,
Something
Your
said
Honor.
to you and what you're doing, it's specific deterrence to prevent her from reoffending, general deterrence, someone else sees this, we don't want them to do it, and then full justice for the victims. And when I look at that framework,
Your Honor,
Ms. Hill,
Your Honor, she resigned her office she's not going to have access to the position that she was abusing. So she's not going to reoffend. She can't. She's retired, Your Honor. She's not going to reoffend.
Well, there is truly no one who can come in this courtroom and say that Miss Hill, 58-year-old grandmother, a mother, has been employed her whole life.
She's a grandmother. Y'all, she's just a regular mom and grandma. She's had a job her whole life, Your Honor. And
Helps almost every single day with one of her special needs grandchildren.
counsel, what about the families with the child support, counsel? Do not try to leverage one of her grandkids to get her out of sentencing. It's giving Donna.
Taught herself sign language.
I mean,
to
less
help people,
murder,
including
but
her goddaughter.
Donna
Served her community and continues to do up to today. Is at any risk of reoffending.
stole from her
And the fact that
community.
she has agreed from day one to accept this perjury count as a felony. She's literally logically prohibited from.
She agreed to accept this perjury count as a felony. We watched her perjure herself on stream. She accepted it as a felony. She doesn't have a fucking choice.
Creating misconduct in office again, which you can't legally do. So the risk of reoffense, at least as to Ms. Hill, is non-existent, regardless of all respect, regardless of your sentence. If I think about general deterrence, I don't think anyone who's watched the saga that Ms. Hill has gone through over the last couple of years would think this is a good idea. I mean, a lot of times we think about collateral consequences.
I mean,
in
I
this
agree with
circumstance.
that.
She's lost her life. She's given up her position.
She did not lose her life. Do people look at her mean when she goes to the Piggly Wiggly? Okay, well, Maggie Murdaugh's family has to worry that someday some psychopath on the internet is going to DM them photos, crime scene photos, because you can't put that back in the horse. She lost her life. All she had to do was just actually do her job. That's it. Just do your job. Nothing else. Just do your job. That's it. She could just do her job. But no, that wasn't enough. The siren song of fame and attention. Those are Justice Toll's words, not mine. My words are meaner and more curse-laden. Sealed crime scene photos of victims who had been brutally murdered ended up on the internet because of your client. Mm-hmm. But sure, go ahead and tell me how she's lost her life. So, sure.
Watch the saga that Ms. Hill has gone through over the last couple of years, we think this is a good idea. I mean, a lot of times we think about collateral consequences in this circumstance. She's lost her life. She's given up her position. She faces shame every day. I mean, she's frankly on home detention right now in her own community, just trying to avoid the hoopla.
There are circumstances where having to face shame for the things you did are not wrong. Yeah, you should feel ashamed when people in your community look at you. What you did was shameful. Now, law nerds, don't get it twisted with the shame you put on yourself for stuff that's not shameful. That's not yours. You should feel ashamed for this. You should feel ashamed for this. It's shameful behavior. Didn't you go to high school with all of them? How do you do this to people?
A lot that's going on surrounding Ms. Hill. I don't think anyone in their right mind would think this is worth it.
Would do this at the beginning. No one that's not true, Emily. You can't say that. Because this is just, it really is, chat. You said it best, as you do, because you are wise. It is basic, clout chasing behavior, but in a very courtroom elected official kind of a way. And I can't say, well, nobody would do this, because there are people who do shameful things for clout on the internet all of the time. So I can't say that people wouldn't do it. They just wouldn't get elected first, is the thing. They just, are IRL streamers and visit other countries and are awful to people. But she made all these choices. Like this was not a life that was thrust upon her. She chose to run for office. She chose to swipe into the courthouse after hours and give people photos. She chose to lie about it. These are choices that she made.
On top of that, Your Honor, for the last consideration, full justice to the victim, the only victim that has been named is Colleton County. And before she pled guilty, Ms. Hill has given a check for full restitution for every single
Chatter
dime
victims of Becky
that she
Hill as
has
well.
Any monetary benefit for any of these alleged schemes, she is paying back. And that
Counsel, your client's pleading guilty. They're not alleged schemes. She did that shit. She did that shit. And yes, Atuzzi keeps me up to date on the IRL streamers doing ridiculous shit in other countries. Choices, people. Choices have consequences. Beckaboo, you are a whole ass adult. Consequences.
is her trying to right the wrongs before her. So when we look at it from those circumstances, Your Honor, if we're thinking about, a punishment that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to achieve those goals, a non-custodial sentence is the only reasonable sentence. The last thing that I will touch on before Ms. Hill speaks to you is we always try to avoid sentencing disparities in these circumstances. Unfortunately, in South Carolina, at least recently, we do have a history of Attorney General prosecutions of former public officials involving misconduct in office. And when I looked at prior sentences involving misconduct in office, involving significant...
So you agree? This is a problem where people are committing misconduct in office. Do you know what that tells me? That maybe they're not afraid of the consequences yet. Just saying.
Significantly more money, taken over a longer period of time, with more repeated conduct than what we have here, just these limited bonuses. We have non-custodial sentences. I even ran...
It's the most defense attorney shit ever. Just these limited bonuses. Do we see we've downplayed, gee, Your Honor, it's just some limited bonuses. I mean, it's a lot of fucking lying, but do you see the downplaying, sir? I could never.
Federal sentencing guidelines, because I couldn't find a perjury prosecution sentence. Fully, Your Honor, I couldn't find one from state statistics. And I ran it under the guidelines, which I know from your prior experience you're familiar with. That's a base level 14, 3 levels down, she's 11. That's a split sentence, non-custodial, even in federal court. So if we're looking at similar sentences given for these type of crimes for someone with no criminal history like Ms. Hill, frankly, there isn't precedent, unless they know something otherwise, and I don't think they do, for a custodial sentence in this case, Your Honor.
The feds wouldn't send her to prison, Your Honor. We shouldn't either.
The last thing I'll say before you hear from Ms. Hill, Your Honor, is she's going to give a short statement, and I've been on the other side of hearing these statements. I've observed a lot of sentencings. I've been here where you hear I'm sorry, and you hear I'm ashamed, and you hear I'm going to do better. And a lot of times, I think those statements fall on deaf ears because the person making them can't support it. It's just something said after I get called. That is not the circumstance that we have with Ms.
That
Hill.
is exactly the
She's trying
circumstance.
to make things better. She literally is paying back every dollar she owes. Since day one, she's been approached with this.
Well, isn't it good for her that she could take $11,000 out of her fucking 401k? Woo. And chat, we will finish this hearing. We're almost done with her with her findings, and then we'll go to the Reiner press conference together. Okay? Awesome. Thanks, chat.
Has cooperated. She has done what she's supposed to do. This does not minimize her crimes, but in the context of committing them, who she is as a person and what she's going to do,
She's a grandma.
she's doing the right steps. So when you do hear the state from Ms. Hill,
Everybody in the chat that's ever been convicted of felony perjury, just drop a 1. Oh, wait. Your Honor, she's doing the right thing. That ship sailed.
I hope that you see the support behind it. And we do ask for any non-custodial sentence within your discretion, whether that be probation, home detention, anything else. But we do feel that a custodial sentence in this case would result in a sentencing disparity unwarranted by the circumstances, Your Honor.
All right.
And now we're going to hear from Becky Hill. The defense is asking for a non-custodial sentence. Some of you, because I sent updates, know what the sentence is. Thank you for no spoilers. You guys have been amazing. So we're going to, Becky Hill's got her notes. I mean, at least she's not going to Lowe's afterwards, I guess. Emily, dark humor, stop. Sometimes the no-name calling is hard. I do not like Becky Hill's behavior. She seems to have very neat handwriting, though. So I'm going to take that from Judge H. And she does have very neat handwriting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hill.
Your Honor, I want to say that I am truly sorry. And I do take full responsibility for my actions. And I know that I have let down this court, my community, and the people that put their trust in me.
How many times did she practice this in the mirror? How many times did she practice this? How many times did she practice this, chat? This is rehearsed.
There is no excuse for my mistakes.
Accurate.
I am ashamed of them. And I will carry that shame with me for the rest of my life.
It's giving Sarah Boone. Your Honor, I will humbly carry this shame with me the rest of my life. Have you heard of the art of Kintu Sukurai? For any of you who did not watch the Sarah Boone case with me, it's a reference back to that case. It's not me. I have forgiven myself for the shame that I myself feel. What? Okay. I said I would let you finish. Emily, you want the defendants to make statements. And then when they make statements, you yell at them. Accurate. Yeah, accurate. Accurate.
For my community and the people that put their trust in me. There is no excuse for my mistakes. I am ashamed of them. And I will carry that shame with me for the rest of my life. I have already begun the hard work of rebuilding the relationships that I damaged by accepting responsibility, by seeking forgiveness from those that I love, and by repaying any improper bonus I received. I am committed.
Improper bonus? You fucking stole money. Improper bonus. You didn't think you deserved the bonus? It's an improper bonus because you stole money. Any improper bonus? It wasn't an accounting error. What?
To making amends, to being honest, and to living in a way that reflect the values that I failed to uphold. Your Honor, I respectfully ask for the opportunity to continue supporting my family and to work every day to rebuild the trust that I have broken.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the defense.
All right. Anything else from state?
Your Honor, please allow me to rebuild the trust that I have broken.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, on to the judge, and then we will move to a press conference. I don't know what is going on with closed captioning. I didn't hear any snorts, but closed captioning just keeps captioning them.
Mrs. Lewis, did she have any time served?
No, Your Honor, she was there for about 8 hours.
Or so a day?
When she was arrested.
All right. I've certainly taken in what all has been presented here today.
The birds are
and I
outside the
can tell
courthouse,
you,
not my house.
Ms. Hill had Mr. Hubbard's team uncovered any sort of jury tampering, there would be a much different sentence here today.
I mean, Your Honor, without the jury tampering, it's still pretty fucking bad.
There's probably nothing more sacred in our system than the jury. And I have known Mr. Hubbard since his hair was dark and I had some hair. So if his team and
Yes, sir. It's South Carolina. We all know that y'all know each other. We all know that y'all know each other. I understand that you trust the prosecutor. It's like we've all known each other a long time. I trust that if there was tampering, they would charge it.
I know both the lawyers on his team, and if they tell me at least they couldn't prove it, then that's enough for me. I'm sure you have, and I know you've been humiliated throughout this whole ordeal, but of your own doing.
Yeah,
A
of
lot
her own
folks
doing.
got swept up in the hoopla that was that trial, and unfortunately, with the obstruction charge, a lot of folks probably made a lot of money, but you didn't.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can you explain what you mean by that? What do you mean by that? She sold a book. Like, what's the side? A lot of people, the hoopla, this case, a lot of people, the internet, am I right? What can you, excuse, Your Honor, can you explain? What do you mean by a lot of folks probably made a lot of money, but she didn't? What do you even mean by that? She stole from the child support funds. She allowed media access after hours to sealed exhibits of crime scene photos. She used her office to promote her book. And then when confronted about it, she took an oath and lied in court as a sworn elected clerk of court. So, I I would really like to know what you mean about a lot of people made a lot of money from this hoopla, but you didn't. I have questions about that.
Well, there was that trial, and unfortunately, with the obstruction charge, a lot of folks probably made a lot of money, but you didn't, by virtue of that. But with that being said, I would agree with Mr. Lewis. I don't think this the conduct here warrants an incarcerated sentence. So
Non-custodial sentence.
The misconduct in office. On each of those, I find should be committed to Department of Corrections for a term of 1 year, provided upon service of 1 day time served, balance be suspended with probation for 3 years.
So 1 year with 1 day time served suspended. So a suspended sentence with 3 years probation.
There will also be 100 hours of community service associated with one of those. I didn't put it on all the sentencing sheets because I didn't want probation to misinterpret it and give her 400 hours. On
3 years
the
probation.
obstruction of justice, I find should be committed to Department of Corrections for a term of 5 years. Provided on service of 1 day time served, balance be suspended with probation for 3 years. And finally, on the perjury, I should be committed to Department of Corrections for a term of 5 years. Provided upon service of 1 day time served, balance be suspended with probation for 3 years. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So now that we are done, good Lord, autoplay. I forgot to turn it off. All right, let's try to summarize what we just watched. And we are, if you're just coming in, we are green because we were in the Audacity. We took a look at former clerk of court, Becky Hill. That was an elected position. She was the clerk overseeing the Murdaugh case and had been charged with felony perjury, obstruction of justice, and 2 counts relating to improper use of her official position related to improper stolen bonuses that she gave herself out of funds that were meant to A, support families that were not able to collect on the child support they were entitled to, and B, pay the employees who were helping collect those child support funds. She paid herself a bonus out of that, which was not entitled to her. Improper theft. I'm going to use that synonymously. She pled to all of the counts against her, and we learned some new information from the prosecutor in that hearing that not only did Becky Hill allow access to sealed photos in violation of Judge Newman's orders, but she used her swipe card to swipe into the courthouse after 7:40 p.m. to allow media access to sealed photos and swiped into the sealed evidence in the case. The evidence in a murder case stays in the courthouse. That is locked. She went into the courthouse after hours with her swipe card and unlocked access to that evidence, including crime scene photos of the victims, Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. And then one of the members of the media showed those photos to friends, and a friend is who put it up on social media. So those photos that were sealed in this case, that were never supposed to be for any consideration other than the jury, now exist online in perpetuity because she went after hours and swiped in. And then when Justice Toll asked her on the stand under oath if she allowed access to sealed exhibits, her answer was, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Sure didn't. And at the end of the prosecution making a very thorough record with some new information, including the fact that Becky Hill's son, Jeff Hill, which I've covered on the channel, still is pending on the wiretapping case, and that he gave information from the wiretap. He was the IT director for the county, for Colton County. He wiretapped within his position and gave information to Becky Hill. He is still pending on those charges. Becky Hill was not charged with it. The prosecutor also made a very thorough record about why they did not pursue jury tampering charges, even though the allegations of jury tampering are still the subject of Alec Murdaugh's appeal that is going to the South Carolina Supreme Court in early 2026. We will watch those oral arguments together, so make sure you have the Law & Order app if you want to keep following up with Murdaugh. When I say we do not finish covering cases when the verdict is in, it's because we continue to cover cases long past when the verdict comes in. And sometimes that is more frustrating than others. And watching Becky Hill get sentenced to 3 years probation, 100 hours of community service, $11,880 of restitution that she owed back to the county from the funds that she took as an elected official, and suspended time, it is no wonder that people are frustrated with that sentence. But she got a non-custodial sentence. The judge said if there had been charges of jury tampering, the sentence would have been quite different. The judge also said that many got caught up in the, his words not mine, hoopla of the Murdaugh trial, and made a comment saying, many made a lot of money on that case, but you didn't. I'm still curious what the court means by that, because I think that people making money off the case, is he referring to other elected officials? Or is he referring to like the media? Because Becky Hill was making money off of the D4 funds, and she tried to make money off the case, And her book got pulled out of self-publishing because she admitted that there was parts in the introduction that were perjury, not perjury, that were plagiarized, wrong stealing and lying with the P word. She admitted that part of the book that she published was plagiarized. And she pled guilty to felony perjury. So her attorney argued that she had already suffered, and his turn of phrase was she already lost her life and has been shamed by this and can't go out in her community because of the shame that she feels. Yeah, I imagine Colton County's not happy with her. But those aren't crime scene photos being shared all over the internet. Those are two very different things. So we are not done discussing former clerk of court Becky Hill because she is going to be the subject of Murdaugh's appeal to the South Carolina Supreme Court. And they will decide if they are going to keep the standard that they use now, which will make it harder for Murdaugh to get a new trial, or if they are going to change to the federal standard, which will make it easier for Murdaugh to get a new trial. So we are going to have to wait and see what happens early in 2026. All right, Law Nerds, we're going to switch over to the press conference because there is a press conference from the DA's office. So we are going to take a look at that. I have that queued up for us. Thank you, Team Baker, for just being like, you know what? We ride, everybody. Just let's just go. So let me pull up a new window and pull up that feed, and we will go to the LA County District Attorney press conference live from HOJ, Hall of Justice. So for those of you just coming in, I mean, we've been live for a really long time. For any of you just coming in at this point, we are going to put the lights back to normal, and we are going to go to the press conference in the Reiner case that we talked about earlier today and head to the Hall of Justice for that press conference. All of you are just like, we need to swoop one more time. Sure, we do. We need to fly one more time and head back to Los Angeles. We were just killing time in South Carolina for a little bit. Emily, early in the stream. We're not still going to be streaming when this happens. I'll let you know in the app. Emily, we're still streaming when this happens. Let's just go back to LA. Hey, we don't even have to look for parking. It's going to be great. All right, let's go to the press conference. I can do that better. Let's just do this. There we go. The new software is still so fun. It's still so fun. Let's see what the LA District Attorney has to say. Thank you, Miguelina, for finding a feed with closed captioning. I appreciate it. LA generally does a pretty good job with having access to their press conferences. And I appreciate that. It's a big crowd.
Less than 2 minutes. We're coming out right now. So
yes, it is a big crowd, Council. Let me gain this up real quick.
Maria and John, I believe.
All right. They are just talking to the media real quick.
Perfect.
Oh, hey, Maria. Oh, hey,
so
John.
So this is going to be an update on the homicide investigation of Rob Reiner and...
Law Nerds, I have audio in just the one ear. Miguelina, did I grab the wrong feed? Because let me see. I only have audio in one ear, but that's okay. No, I got the right feed. All right. Law Nerds, if you feel like you cannot hear the press conference well, you might need to switch. Which headphone you have in for this. Let me get the closed captioning where we can see it. And we'll go to the LA DA's press conference regarding the murder of the Reiners. And let's continue.
Michele Reiner. You're going to hear from the Chief of Police, Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department, and the District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. Just want to level expectations. We will allow some time for questions, but because this is a preliminary investigation still, very active. It's being filed as we speak. There's not a lot we're going to be able to say right
We
now.
said they might be filing it today.
Also, if you would,
They are. Turn off your
please,
phones.
one question at a time so that we can hear the question.
It's the
and
media.
answer
They
it
just yell shit
appropriately.
out.
So if we could have that decorum in here. DA Nathan Hochman.
It's the elected DA of LA County.
My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. Today, I'm here to announce that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michele Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders. He also
So they did add one special circumstance of multiple murder, which will account for the no bail hold. Are you adding any other special circs? Because there are more you can pick from.
murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested and currently.
We'll talk about that in a few, even though California has generally suspended carrying forward death penalties, there still can be death penalty prosecutions. The LADA's office has a very thorough standard operating procedure on how they go through determining if there is going to be a death penalty or not. And we can talk about that process just a little bit if you're curious. But yes, California has the death penalty. It does not generally carry it out, but you can still be sentenced to the death penalty and they can still pursue the death penalty. They have not made that decision yet. And they will not make that decision for a while because that's going to involve getting a bit further down the road with this case. But with special circumstances, it is death penalty eligible, which means they can choose to go death penalty, or they can choose to go life without the possibility of parole. That decision gets made down the road.
Nick Reiner is being held without bail. Now, in announcing these charges, I also want to announce that they're just that. They are charges.
Oh, there we go.
Charges are not evidence. Evidence is something that we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet in every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 jurors who you'll unanimously have to find that we've met that standard to prove the charges we bring to court. Right now, with respect to the process, once the charges get filed this afternoon, Nick Reiner will be then brought to court. He is going through medical clearance, something that everybody who gets arrested and gets held in a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department jail goes through. Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea.
Yeah, but he was arrested over the weekend and it's Tuesday. So yes, everybody goes through medical clearance. This is just taking a little bit of time. Shorty 689, this is the office I worked for. I've done trials in the building where this case will be. HOJ was not open when I was still at the district attorney's office, but this is the office I used to work for. I did not work for this elected DA. This is a newly elected DA. But yes, this is the office that I used to work for.
Of guilty or not guilty.
So let me back that up real quick.
Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, prosecuting.
Or they'll move to put over the arraignment. Potato, potato. I mean, you are the elected DA. I'll let you finish. I'm just a commentator on the internet. The chat wants to know.
These cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces.
So family violence.
Because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved. Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director, an iconic force in our entertainment industry for decades. His wife, Michele Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. Their loss is beyond tragic, and we will commit ourselves to bringing their murderer to justice. I want to thank LAPD Chief McDonnell, who is here today, along with Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton from the LAPD and LAPD Captain Scott Williams and the entire robbery homicide division, who literally has been working around the clock.
Yes, RHD is the same division that is handling the investigation in the David Celeste Rivas case. RHD is the same robbery homicide, same. It's a division of LAPD.
To gather the evidence that have led to the charges we're going to be filing today. Also from my office, I have Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez. I have Director of Specialized Prosecutions, John McKinney. I have our Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Craig Hum. And I have the two prosecutors who will be leading the prosecution.
So you didn't give it to family violence majors then? I mean, it is high profile.
In this case, Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Habib Balian, and Deputy District Attorney for Major Crimes, Jonathan Chung. They will bring their decades of experience to
they got good DAs.
Holding this murderer accountable for his actions.
I quibble with saying holding this murderer to action. I think you can say holding the murderer to account, but that's a little strong in a press conference. But okay, good DAs assigned to this case.
For Major Crimes, Jonathan Chung. They will bring their decades of experience to holding this murderer accountable for his actions. At this point, again, you will hear in the media rumors. You will hear speculation. You will hear hearsay. What I'm asking...
The rumors. I'm sorry, it's been a heavy day. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours now. So for all of you just popping in, all of you are asking, do I know the people named? Yes, some more casually than others, but yes. And some just through colleagues, but yes. And what was the other question? Oh, the rumors, the innuendo. We have been live for a very long time today. We covered this case earlier in the day, and now we are covering the press conference. We have covered the background of this case. We have covered the arraignment that was set for today. We have covered defense counsel taking the case. We have covered defense counsel Alan Jackson going to court. We have covered this pretty thoroughly earlier. So for all of you coming in for the press conference, welcome. And we're going to see what else the DA has to say, and then we'll summarize this and answer some questions.
Everyone to do is to rely on trusted sources. If it doesn't come from the district attorney's office, from LAPD, from the coroner's office, or from the courtroom itself, and there's a good...
I'm same, but yes, the rumors have been horrible. But yes, same. Yes, same.
Chance you are hearing misinformation. Because at the appropriate time, the actual evidence involved in this case will be presented in a court of law. So I ask for your patience until that is done. But again, please do not rely on rank speculation, rumor, or hearsay to believe that you understand anything about what went on in this case.
That's strong.
I'd now like to turn it over to Chief McDonnell.
Thank you.
So the elected DA of LA County has said the rumors and the innuendo are going to make it harder for us to find a jury. Let the court process play out. We had a very long discussion about that earlier. I agree.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here.
Bud Brown, we asked this question earlier. Bud Brown shared in the chat that Chief McDonnell grew up in Brookline, Massachusetts. We were wondering earlier today about that. And At some point, he's going to have to say car. And then we will know for sure that, look, we flew from Massachusetts to LA to feel like we were back in Massachusetts. Gossip and rumor and innuendo. Good to see you. You have been much discussed by the LA County DA today. And this case we have been talking about heavy things today. So it is a heavy case for sure.
Today, and it's with deep sadness that I address the tragic loss of Robert and Michele Reiner. On December 14th, 2025, LAPD officers from our West Los Angeles division responded to a death investigation at the 200 block of South Chadbourne Avenue, which is in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles. Upon entering the residence, they discovered the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. Detectives from our Robbery Homicide Division Homicide Special Section immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation. The evidence gathered led to the arrest of their son, Nick Reiner, who was taken into custody later that night without incident in the Exposition Park section of our city. Today, the Los Angeles County District's Attorney's Office has formally filed charges against Mr. Reiner for the murder of his parents. This case is heartbreaking and
charges will work, as well as car.
Deeply personal, not only for the Reiner family and their loved ones, but for our entire city. We extend our deepest condolences to all of those who were affected by this tragedy. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our criminal justice partners, the District Attorney's Office led by DA Hockman, and everyone who worked tirelessly on this investigation. Their swift action, professionalism, and commitment to justice have been instrumental in bringing clarity and accountability to this case. The LAPD remains steadfast in our mission to protect life and uphold justice. We will continue to support the Reiner family and ensure that every step forward is taken with care, dignity, and resolve. Thank you.
We'll now take some questions. Yes, right here in the front.
Mr. Attorney, could you talk about why you feel this case rises to special circumstances?
The question from the media is, can you explain why you feel this case rises to special circumstances, which is probably a good time for us to just take a second and talk about special circumstances. Different jurisdictions handle the way that they charge homicide cases differently. We saw and talked about this a lot in the Kohberger case with the things that become factors. And in the Kohberger case, we talked about those factors. In California, they call them special circumstances. So when they talk about this case being charged with 2 counts of murder, 1 for each victim, that is a first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murder. There are other special circumstances in California that could be charged depending on what the facts are. When those special circumstances are charged, it takes it from being just a first-degree murder to a first-degree murder with special circumstances that then makes it eligible for the death penalty or for life without parole. That decision will be made later. So the special circ that they might add more based on the facts down the road, but the special circumstance that they enumerated here was multiple murder. When we have talked about the Menendez case out of Los Angeles, there were special circumstances in that case. One of the special circumstances was murder for pecuniary gain. There are others. We're not going to list them all now. The decision to either pursue this as a LWOP case or a DP case will come later down the road. That is a case that has lots of meetings with lots of bosses, and that decision ultimately gets made by a committee, and then it will be enumerated in court which way they are going to go. We are way too early in this case for that decision to be made, and the DA said that decision, in fact, has not been made yet. It won't be for a while. They also will take into account things in aggravation and things in mitigation. Any relative heinousness in the way the crime was committed versus any mitigating factors that mean it probably shouldn't be a death penalty case. Those will all come into play in that committee later. So there are special circumstances in this case, and the media is now asking the elected DA. Why is there a special circ in this case? So let us continue forward with that.
Special circumstances is a situation where one of the enumerated factors that lead to elevating in some ways a first-degree murder case to a special circumstance.
I should have just let it go. I thought he was just going to explain why he chose it. I didn't think he was going to go ahead and describe what the whole thing was. Well, what I said.
First-degree murder case occurs.
Just what I said.
One of those special circumstances is called multiple murders. Here we have two, and it qualifies under the definition of multiple murders to allege the special circumstance in this particular case.
Chief,
I saw over
how
here.
was Nick Reiner found, and was there any evidence on him indicating a crime, and did he say any?
The question from the media is, Chief, how was Nick Reiner found, and was there any evidence on him indicating that he had committed a crime or a murder?
Yeah, he was found with good, solid police work, investigative tools used by robbery.
So you pinged his cell phone then? That is speculation on my part. Just speculation on my part.
Homicide and Gang and Narcotic Division detectives with the U.S. Marshal Service Task Force involved as well. So we're thankful for the work that was done. I won't go into talking about what was found or anything that could potentially taint the investigation.
Chief, one quick follow-up question,
Yeah.
sir. Given Nick's history of drug use, was there any indication that he was under the influence at the time of this crime?
No, thank you again. That's another question I can't touch.
And following up on that, is there any evidence of mental illness in his background?
Yeah, you can touch.
The media is asking questions about the arrested son and his background with narcotics and or mental illness. Dr. Who in the chat asked, so is he a gang member? No, there's no indication. That was the division that was helping look for him. I imagine it was just who was available, given that the other part of LAPD was at the home in Brentwood. So it's just the division that was helping to apprehend him along with the U.S. Marshals. So that was just for the arrest. It doesn't indicate anything else other than that's really who was available to go help. And, well, I'll leave it there. I'm going to, if there were known places that he frequents, that is also a way they can track people down.
I'm sorry, please repeat the question.
Is there any evidence of mental illness in his background beyond the addiction?
The evidence, any evidence, if there is any, of mental illness for his background will be coming out in the hearings that will occur. We anticipate, again, after the arraignment, the process will go through the normal process a case like this goes through. At the appropriate time, if there is evidence of mental illness, it will be presented in court and in whatever detail the defense seeks to do that. Yes, right here.
Somebody in the media was like, can you speak about his state of mind? No, they can't speak about his state of mind.
Are you anticipating any kind of significant delay in bringing?
The question was, are you anticipating any kind of significant delay? I imagine they're going to go on to say in bringing the defendant to court, which would speak to any prolonged potentially medical treatment.
This case to trial on the basis perhaps that they have to undergo significant psychological evaluation, which would also give your people what they need in the way of background to what might describe.
Oh my God, turn off your phone while you're in the press conference. Also, they are starting to ask about mental health evaluations, which we talked about. That could happen after arraignment, maybe before.
We don't anticipate
That was 17 questions from that member of the media.
any significant delay more than is involved in a first-degree murder case with special circumstances. These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring against anyone.
Yes.
And we anticipate that the discovery that we will produce to the defense will be robust. It will be very involved. They'll want adequate time to review it.
Yes.
They'll want to go through every single factor that they can ascertain in the defense of Mr. Nick Reiner. So again, this will proceed along the tracks that many of the first-degree murder cases proceed. Do I anticipate it being particularly fast? No. I anticipate it being very thorough.
Yeah, it's not going to be fast.
Yes, right here.
Cause of death and time of death. Can you share any information about that?
The media is asking cause of death, time of death. Can you share any information about that? That will, I imagine, come out later because I imagine the coroner's office has not finished their report yet.
We are not at this time. Yes. Yes, right here.
Did the members of the Reiner family help with your investigation so far, and did they provide any information or assistance which led?
The media is saying or asking about the cooperation of the family, and has the cooperation and willingness of the family helped?
To Nick being arrested.
Let me defer to the chief on this.
They're all deferring to somebody else.
Hi, I'm Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives. We don't have any specific information we're going to release at this time regarding the family's information.
We needed a third person to step in to say no. Sure.
They provided. As we move forward, that information will be discussed in the appropriate venue, which will be the court.
Yes, in the front here.
Sorry for the chief. Can you talk anything more about just not the condition that Nick was in when he was arrested? Was he a resident? Was he walking around? Was he observed?
The media is asking more about where Nick was arrested and the circumstance. They said condition, but the circumstance surrounding the arrest.
So specifically, he was arrested in a public area, in the Exposition Park area near the University of Southern California campus. He was approached by the officers and he was arrested without incident. There were no indications that he was going to resist or anything like that. He didn't flee or anything like that. He was taken into custody without issue, and he was transported to our police headquarters facility.
Take a question back there. Yeah.
The elected DA. Can we ask one question at a time? The media. Questions.
Yes. He has been alleged. One of these special allegations is that the murder was.
The media asked about a murder weapon. The DA is reiterating that there is an enhancement for the use of a deadly weapon. The use of the deadly weapon in this case was delineated as a knife. So that is a sentencing enhancement as well.
He has been alleged. One of these special allegations is that the murder was committed with a deadly weapon or a knife. As to where and how the weapon was located or will be located, that will actually be evidence we'll present in court.
Was or will be. There was you said was first, but they are not going to disclose whether any weapon they suspect to be the murder weapon would be recovered yet. They are not going to disclose that.
As to where and how the weapon was located or will be located, that will actually be evidence we'll present in court.
We got two more questions. Where were the victims found?
Let me take a question over here.
The media was yelling, where were the victims found? They're not going to disclose that. And the next member of the media is asking, no, I heard the beginning of their question and then it jumped right out of my brain.
Two more questions. Where were the victims found?
Let me take a question over here.
Timeline. They're asking about timeline.
Think the murders occurred because now we know that there was an altercation on Saturday night at a party. Do we know that this happened Saturday night or maybe Sunday morning?
So they are asking for a timeline of when this took place, saying that there was an altercation that we know based on all of the reports from the Conan O'Brien holiday party. And so they're asking for a timeline of when they believe the murder occurred. However, the media also earlier asked if there was a cause of death or time of death, and everyone said no, not yet. So
I'll defer to the chief on this one.
And the chief's going to defer to a nope.
I'm sorry, we don't have that kind of specificity yet. We're waiting the coroner to be able to try and determine as best they can at this point.
Yeah, there's no way the coroner report is done yet. There's not a chance that it's done yet.
Time of death.
Chief, where were the victims found? Can you say where the victims were found?
Yeah.
Someone just asked who called 911, though I think from media reports we know that, but I don't think that's who the DA is going to call on.
We'll take the question back there.
Yes.
They did take the who called 911 question.
Chief, if you
We
know.
got a radio call from fire department.
I can.
And the chief, looking at head of detectives, said, "We got a radio call from fire department." Do you know what that indicates to me? Because we covered this earlier on stream. Media reporting is that their adult daughter found them. And when the adult daughter found her parents, she called for medical help. So I'm not surprised that fire responded and then fire called law enforcement. Right. That's what you do when there is distress.
Okay, so in terms of how the Los Angeles Police Department became aware, it was a request from the Los Angeles Fire Department who responded to the scene first. We responded to their request for assistance at the scene of the incident. Our initial West LA officers that responded determined that a crime had occurred, and they immediately notified our robbery homicide division. They've responded, and they've taken over the investigation since that point.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, the officers that responded in their car went, and we're going to need robbery homicide immediately. That's from all the reporting I've seen. That makes sense.
Should we take one more question?
No more questions. Mr. Hockman. One more question.
I'll take it right here.
I know you're hesitant to talk about sensitive evidence, but based on the evidence collected to support these charges, did that include an admission by the defendant to the alleged crime?
I mean, you got to give it to the media for trying. I know that you're hesitant to disclose sensitive information to this case, but given that you have information to support these charges, does that include a confession from the defendant? I mean, this is why I can't be a reporter, folks. We're watching it in real time because I would never ask these questions. I would be like, oh, they can't. All of them would filter through my brain going, they can't tell me that. They can't give me this information. They're not going to answer that. I would filter it all out and just sit there and go, okay, thanks. That's it. I've got nothing.
So any statements made by the defendant at any point in time would be the type of evidence that we will be presenting in court. I'll take one last question right here.
However, that wasn't just I'm not commenting, was it? That was a little bit more of an answer than I will not comment.
So any statements made by the defendant at any point in time would be the type of evidence that we will be presenting in court. I'll take one last question right here.
Sorry, I have a question.
Hold on one second. I just identified.
I have a question. I've identified someone else. I still have a question. I've identified someone else. The shouting would just do me in. The DA fighting with the media. Shocking.
This gentleman. Sorry.
Do you have an estimated time for completion of the autopsy and the information coming from the medical examiner in your office?
The media is asking if there's an estimated time for completion of the autopsy. Whether or not the cause of death is readily apparent, they will always still run labs, toxicology, and the rest of it. So it will always have to wait till that testing is done to be complete.
We do not have the estimated time that it will take. We know that they're working on it expeditiously, but as to when they deliver it, we do not have that estimated time. I'll take that one last question back there.
I was just wondering, I know these types of cases are especially difficult. How much do you take into account what the family wants when it comes to charges?
The question is, I know these cases are particularly difficult. How much do you take into account what the family wants?
When you're dealing with a domestic situation like that, and does that factor into whether you will go after life of parole or possibly death penalty?
In these cases, like any of these cases, we will take the thoughts and desires of the family into consideration in making our decision. Thank you all very much.
How is the arraignment? Do you remember what the celebrities visit? Is the crime scene, does that take evidence?
All right. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the press conference just real quick as they delineate who from Majors is handling the case. And then we will wrap up and get to questions. So hold on, let me get back to the beginning of the case when they go through who is working the case for the DA's office. So I'm going to go to the beginning of Hockman's statements for those of you just coming in on who from the district attorney's office, major crimes, is working the case. Yes, Alan Jackson has indicated that he is representing at this point the defendant in this case. The defendant was scheduled to be arraigned today, was not arraigned today because he was not transported to court because he was not medically cleared. Yes, Attorney Alan Jackson did used to be the head deputy of the Major Crimes Division, that is the division of the district attorney's office that is prosecuting this case. Dancing Puffin asked how many siblings are there. It is my understanding that the Reiners had a older son, the daughter who found the parents, and then Nick, who has been arrested.
County. Today I'm here to announce...
Oh, and back to mono audio for a moment.
...that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michele Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect.
I think that jumped because the press conference feed ended, but
that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail. Now, before in announcing these charges, I also want to announce that they're just that. They are charges. Charges are not evidence.
There we go.
Evidence is something that we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet in every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 jurors who you'll unanimously have to find that we've met that standard to prove the charges we bring to court. Right now, with respect to the process, once the charges get filed this afternoon, Nick Reiner will be then brought to court. He is going through medical clearance, something that everybody who gets arrested and gets held in a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department jail goes through. Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, prosecuting these cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved. Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director, an iconic force in our entertainment industry for decades. His wife, Michele Singer Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. Their loss is beyond tragic, and we will commit ourselves to bringing their murderer to justice. I want to thank LAPD Chief McDonald, who is here today, along with Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton from the LAPD and LAPD Captain Scott Williams and the entire robbery homicide division, who literally has been working around the clock to gather the evidence that have led to the charges we're going to be filing today. Also from my office, I have Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez. I have Director of Specialized Prosecutions, John McKinney. I have our Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Craig Hum. And I have the 2 prosecutors who will be leading the prosecution in this case, Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Habib Balian, and Deputy District Attorney for Major Crimes, Jonathan Chung. They will bring their decades of experience to holding this murderer accountable for his actions.
All right, that answers the questions I had because I I hadn't note taken fast enough that Bailey and Chung are going to be the district attorneys prosecuting the case. So for those of you asking, do I know any of these DAs? Yes, all of them in different ways, either by reputation or by working together in the past. The head deputy of major crimes and the ADA and the head of special prosecutions are not going to be as involved in the day-to-day. They're going to deal with the media stuff. They're going to be on the committee talking about the death penalty and determining if the office is going to seek it. It's the assigned deputies who are going to deal with the day in and day out. Some of you were asking, do they know AJ? I'm sure they do, because they've all been in the office at the same time that Jackson was at the office. I don't know if they were all in major crimes together or not. That I do not know, because who worked under Jackson in major crimes, I cannot remember the roster. So I do not know. But yes, they would all know each other in some regard, which I guess could be a good thing or a bad thing. So at the end of the press conference regarding the charges being brought against Nick Reiner, he is being charged with 2 counts of murder, one for his father, one for his mother, and then each of those are special circumstance murder cases. The special circumstance that is being filed at this time is multiple murders, and there is an enhancement added to that, use of a deadly weapon. In this case, it was delineated as a knife. He will be transported to court when he is medically cleared for arraignment. So that will probably, when you see the media reporting it, they normally grab that information from the LA Sheriff's Department, who is in charge of the housing, and they will roll those court days over day to day. And then if he is transported to court, they will hold an arraignment. If he is not transported to court, it will roll to the next day until he is medically cleared to be arraigned. At the arraignment, Jackson could choose to ask for the arraignment to be put over, could have the arraignment, could ask for him to be sent out for an evaluation. We'll just have to wait and see what happens at the arraignment. And then the case will go through the discovery phase, because this is being filed very close in time to when it happened. So the charging and the investigation are going to be moving forward simultaneously, because they have enough, based on whatever information they have, to bring these charges now. But the investigation and the witness interviews and the gathering of digital evidence, even the autopsy, are still not completed yet. So this charge is being brought very close in time to when the crime happened, which means there is going to be a lot of behind the scenes between court dates for gathering information, completing of discovery, and then at some point the special cert committee will meet and decide if this case will be pursued as a special circumstance case or not. And Alan Jackson, or any defense attorney in Alan Jackson's position, would look at this case and try to start bringing mitigating evidence and mitigating information to the district attorney's office. So he and his office will also start researching into Nick's background, his medical history, any history he has with mental health, his friends, family members that will speak to them. And they will also start potentially putting together what would be their presentation to a special cert committee, saying, we would like you to consider these things. So again, we have a really terribly sad case. We are going to have to wait to see what the facts are. I talked much earlier on stream today about the fact that while cases are still actively developing in investigation, there is the dual purpose of law enforcement to make sure they preserve evidence, but also to preserve witness memory. They want to make sure that they are interviewing everyone that, I don't know how many people go to like Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, but they are going to want to interview everyone that was at that party and saw these parties interacting with each other before the media reporting taints or impacts their own memories. And so the media and law enforcement are a little bit at odds in this, where law enforcement wants the media to know less, and the media wants to know everything and fill in the gaps and continue reporting on this story because of the intense both local and national interest in it. But the issue is that if people who have experienced this tragedy are trying to navigate it, then they are, if they are looking at the media, their own memories during this time can be impacted. So I can understand why law enforcement at these early stages in the investigation would really like less information to be out there. I understand why the media would really like more information to be out there. But at the end of the day, this will go through the court process. I agree with DA Hockman in that this will go through the court process. The facts will be presented. It's just going to take a little bit of time. He had some very strong words about the rumors, the innuendo, and I understand that they don't want a circus. So, with that, Tammy said, Emily, they just did a press conference on that. Can you do a recap of that? Tammy, I'm doing it now. We're doing it at the same time. We're doing it now. We just watched the press conference. We're doing the recap right now. Yes, I can do it at some time. The time is now. We're going to do it now. Yes. I've got you. So perfect timing. We are here. So as we look forward look towards the next steps in this case, look forward has mixed meaning, but as we move forward, I still don't want to use that word, but I'm very tired after trial and 5 hours of streaming. As we look ahead in what comes next in this case, the court process is going to be arraignment. Yes, arraignment can be put over to another time, but arraignment, any evaluations that need to be done, any medical concerns, because I say that because the defendant has not been medically cleared yet. It's Tuesday. He was arrested Saturday evening into Sunday morning. They are then going to do quite a lot of investigating. They are going to wait for the autopsies to be completed. They are going to go through discovery before they even get to a preliminary hearing. At some point, there will be a preliminary hearing, which is a preliminary presentation of the evidence to hold over the defendant for trial. After the preliminary hearing, then it will start the process for trial. I would imagine somewhere after the preliminary hearing, they would have a conference to determine what sentence they will seek when this goes to trial. And in all of that, the defense will be trying to talk to the district attorney's office about whether this needs to go to trial, whether this is a case that in some way can resolve, and what any resolution of that case might look like. Because depending on what the evidence is in a case, the role of the defense attorney is A, to make sure law enforcement and prosecutors do everything ethically and according to the Constitution, but also to try to resolve this as best as possible for their client. And sometimes that means going to trial. Sometimes that means not going to trial. There is a long process that is going to happen on this one. Information will come out in court. We will know more, of course, at the preliminary hearing. And I'm sure we will see that tension back and forth between the media and law enforcement and the district attorneys. But if everybody's in the hallway talking about cases, we're going to have a lot more information than we thought that we would, because, well, we're going to have a lot more information than we thought that we would, because the hallways at CCB have been quite fruitful with information and have been quite fruitful with information. This is a sad case. This is a difficult case. It is going to be a difficult case as facts come out. I think there is a balance that the DA's office and law enforcement will try to strike. The media will fight back, but there is a balance to make sure that though there is intense public interest, if this is a case that goes to trial, that the potential jury pool in Los Angeles does not know everything about the case that could upend the ability to find a neutral, unbiased jury. Because I've already seen in chat today a lot of people questioning, how do you even defend a case like this? Well, I mean, we don't even know what a case like that. We know what the charges are, and we know who the victims are, and we know who's been arrested. Those are the facts that we have. We know that the daughter called law enforcement. There isn't much else that law enforcement and the district attorney's office have shared. So there aren't that many other facts in this case just yet. There's reporting, but there aren't that many facts just yet. So it is going to take some time. And it is sometimes hard in cases of intense interest to you. I'm with you. I understand. I want to know all the things too. We're just not going to know them yet. This one is going to take time. And there is with this amount of interest, there is a real pressure to not have a potential jury pool know everything that's speculated about a case at the beginning. So we will be covering this case not day in and day out. We will be covering this case when there are new things that are known. Or the only or there is to that is if there is wild, rampant fuckery. Occasionally I will put a note in the podcast that says there's a bunch of headlines saying this. That's not true. Occasionally we will just fact check headlines, but it's rare. So there is, I'm sure there is a lot of grief in Los Angeles. There is a heaviness to this case because the work of Rob Reiner and his wife touched so many. But I don't think it's just that in this case. I think that we have seen lots of headlines regarding the defendant who's been arrested here's struggle with addiction. There's been a lot of speculation on other struggles. I have not seen anything where I can confirm or deny that. I've seen snippets of Nick's interviews with regard to his own struggles with addiction, which touches so many lives as well. So there are a lot of things that will resonate with people. And waiting until we see all of the facts is going to be frustrating. But as I've said, the facts will come out. This will go to court and we will know more. And it is hard sometimes to wait, but we will know more when we know more. What information can we glean from how quickly this went? Well, obviously the DA and law enforcement have more information than we do. They got probable cause to get a search warrant. The daughter who found her parents is something I wish on no one, but law enforcement was able to readily assess that this was a crime scene, that robbery homicide needed to be involved, and that they immediately needed to go and arrest the son, in this case, Nick. That happened very close in time, which means there is more information that we just do not have. But they do, because this was done very close in time. And with all of that, we are going to see more in the coming days when we get a coroner report back. Remember, we are also at the holidays. So things, even if expedited, the coroner, even if things seem like they are readily apparent, depending on the injuries to the victims, the coroner's office is still going to send out lab work. They are still going to do their process of the autopsy and of all of that autopsy investigation, excuse me. So that is also going to take time. And depending on what stage they are in with the prosecution, some of that information might be held back from the public. We just saw robbery homicide do that in the David investigation. However, charges haven't been filed there. Charges will be filed here. And the charges that are going to be filed here will be done by the end of the day, West Coast. So it's 422 Central. So it will be, those will be filed. But we now know what the charges are. The special circ charges warrant a no bail hold. I don't know if we will see Attorney Alan Jackson arguing for bail in this case or not. I think it is more likely that we will see Jackson addressing any concerns of medical, especially if there is any issues with narcotic use or potential withdrawal or anything like that. I think he would want to address that first. If there are any mental health concerns, he will address those things together before he would even start to address whether bail is appropriate. That we might see at a arraignment, or if the arraignment is put over after the arraignment. So Alan Jackson showed up at court today to arraign or have his client arraigned by the court. That got put over because the client was not transported to court. And let's see, take a look real quick and see if the DA's office file is not filed yet, but let me take a look real quick and see if there's an updated court date with the Sheriff's Department before we go. I can take a look at that real quick. Did I close that tab? Oh no, I left that tab in the other window. Hold on. We've got Emily. We've literally got too many tabs open. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have way too many tabs open. Let's see if the Sheriff's Department updated a court date. When you all see me looking not at you at all, it's because I'm looking at the third screen yonder, and it's getting dark outside. All right, it's time to go. Let me look and see if they updated a court date. My speculation would just be that it is tomorrow, because they would just roll it over day by day, because there is a statutory period of time to do the arraignment, but medical miss out will bump that to the next day. Let's see if they updated court date. They have not yet. They still kept the court date as today. So with all of it, they will update that at the end of the day, probably for tomorrow, and we will see if that happens tomorrow or if it gets pushed to the next day. We'll see. I will keep you updated in the Lawnerd app. It is not until we have, more information in court, which with filings, it's going to be a minute until we have more filings in court beyond the charges. So we're going to wait for those unless there is some rumor squashing that we need to do on this case. So we are going to wait. We will cover it when we have more information. I'm very curious to see what the grand jury is doing in the David case, and we will go from there. So Lawnerds, I will see you back on stream. I will let you know in the Lawnerd app when we are streaming next, because yes, I've seen some indication that there might be some shifts to the schedule. I will confirm all of that and let you know what those shifts will be after I talk to the mods, because we've been streaming all day today. So I will keep you posted in the Lawnerd app tonight once we verify. So today we have covered quite a lot going on in the Reiner case, even though there was much unknown. We've covered the audacity of former clerk of court Becky Hill. We've talked about potential sentences for Brian Walshe. Remember, everything is timestamped. So for those of you that are just popping in at this point, everything's timestamped if you want to go back and look at stuff. And if you have the Lawnerd app, when these come out as case briefs and when we drop the podcast, you will see them then. Lawnerds, it has been a long day. It's always good to see you. Just like the court, we thought we were going to be in trial. So we basically just had a trial stream that wasn't a trial stream, and I got to sleep in a little bit. It was great. So Lawnerds, I will see you soon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Lawnerds. To everyone who gifted memberships today, thank you. To all the Lawnerds that popped in and out throughout the day as we let you know what topics we were switching to. We have been trying to one stream, one topic, and that was just not possible today. Thank you all for being here. Lawnerds, you're the best. I will see you soon. We got a lot of frequent flyer miles today, didn't we? Don't forget to check out today's stream sponsor. Half of you have forgotten there was a stream sponsor. It's okay. Don't forget to check out today's stream sponsor, NordVPN. And if you did not know that Nord can now protect you, that came out so weird. If you do not know that Nord can now protect you, even if you are not connected to the VPN, when you open sussy tabs or click the weird link or download something in your email, it can help with that, even if you are not connected to one of the VPN servers. Check it out. We have a great discount for you on NordVPN, so you can stay safe while you are out and around the web. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. You're the best. I'll see you guys in court soon. I just need to go figure out exactly when. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Lawnerd.